Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's 12 o'clock on the dot, and I promise to begin at 12 so that we have enough time to get through the papers. So, my name is Samoya Jones Hussey. I'm a second year law student at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus in Barbados. It is indeed an honor to be asked to tutor you guys in Caribbean studies. It has always been a subject I've liked, and I hope that this session will be very useful for you as you go into your paper 1 exam. First of all, before we begin, let's get the tension out of the way. How was the paper 2? Somebody speak to me. How was paper 2? Unmute the mics. How was the paper 2 exam? How did you find it? Good afternoon. Seeing that person saying good afternoon in the chat. How did you find the paper 2, guys? Oh, so we have a chat group. Okay. Nobody will unmute their mics. Okay, that's fine.
Hi, sorry. For me, the paper 2, it wasn't bad. Like, it was answerable, but the OECS question, I kind of was like uncertain on what I was asking, but I did like talk about like the achievements. I mean, I didn't actually finish the OECS question because time ran out, so I had like wrote my introduction, and I had list my points and my sub points, and then I had wrote a good conclusion to end it off. But I was still uncertain about like what I was asking, so I had like talk about the achievements, and then I had talk about some challenges that they face. I'm not sure. You asked where I'm from. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Trinidad.
Great, great. Welcome, welcome. Okay, you have the opportunity to make up for whatever you feel like you have fallen short in the paper 2. So let's make the best use of this opportunity that we have now. Don't pressure yourselves. Don't beat yourselves up for not, you feel like you have not done what you should have. I'm sure that you guys did just well. I was having a conversation this morning with one of your colleagues, and if it is that you guys are anything like her or the few others that I've spoken to, I'm very confident that you guys did your best because the conversations were very encouraging, and I'm excited to have this session with you today. So we'll be starting with the 2017 paper. If you guys have it on you, then perfect, but I will do my best to share my screen so you guys can see. So give me a second. Okay. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so what I will do, I will read the first 3 questions and I will give the responses for the first 3. However, when we get to the other questions, I will ask for volunteers to read, and I will ask another colleague of yours to give a response, because this is not going to be a session where I'm the only one speaking, because I think that will get really boring and you guys will zone out on me, and I don't want that, because we should make the best use of this session as we possibly can. So I'll read the first 3 questions and I will give the answers for those 3, and then we will go into you guys taking over and reading the questions and providing me with the response. I will tell you whether you're right or wrong. And if it is that you feel that my response is incorrect, then we can have a discussion and we'll move forward and we'll try to get to the best possible answer that we can. Is that okay? Let's see those responses in the chat. All right, great. Okay, so the first question. Which of the following countries is located outside the Caribbean Sea? Which of the following countries is located outside the Caribbean Sea? A, Jamaica, B, Grenada, C, Barbados, D, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So before I go, let me see if anybody had the answer. Perfect, perfect. I'm seeing the C's. I'm seeing the C's. We all know Jamaica is located inside the Caribbean. We all know that Grenada is, and we also know that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're located inside the Caribbean. So by the process of elimination, we have come to the proper conclusion that Barbados is located outside the Caribbean Sea. So question 2, which of the following indigenous groups did not settle in the pre-Columbian Caribbean? Which of the following indigenous groups did not settle in the pre-Columbian Caribbean? Perfect. A, we all know the Mayas settled here. We all know the Taínos settled here. We all know that the Kalinagos settled here. So the answer for 2 is A, Incas. 3, Julia migrated to the United States from the Caribbean. She works and sends money to her mother who takes care of her children. This money is referred to as Julia migrated to the United States from the Caribbean. She works and sends money to her mother who takes care of her children. This money is referred to as remittances. Great, good so far. So we have come to question 3. Can I have a volunteer to read question 4? And then we have somebody else answer. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Shade.
Which of the following terms best describes the near extermination of the indigenous population caused by Europeans' exploration and settlement in the Caribbean region?
Do it one more time, read again.
Which of the following terms best describes the near extermination,
Yes.
of the indigenous populations caused by European exploration and settlement in the Caribbean region?
Can I get an answer? Yes, Miss Walker.
Genocide, B.
Perfect, perfect. Somebody else. Reading question 5.
I'll read it. You hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Which of the following aspects of Caribbean culture is least threatened by culture erasure?
An answer.
C.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. C. Why not ways of dress or oral traditions and food preparation? Why not those answers? Why C? We guess C.
Good afternoon. It cannot be the way
Akira,
a lot of us are adapting to.
You broke up, Akira. Repeat what you said. I lost you. Okay, I think we lost Akiro. Anybody else until she rejoins?
It cannot be like the driving habits because I don't believe the slaves used to be driving before. It will not make sense.
I understand where you're coming from, but focus on Caribbean culture. Why could not be the ways of dress or the oral traditions or the food preparation? Why driving habits? I get where you're coming from, but you're not quite there.
It
Because
couldn't.
the ways of dress and oral traditions and food preparation are all a part of our culture.
They're all contributing factors of what define culture. Perfect. All right, moving on. Can I have a reader for 6?
The term Creole has been used to refer to 1, a language, 2, a white person born in the Caribbean, 3, an enslaved person born in the Caribbean.
Somebody offer an answer? Let me see what's happening in the chat.
Dog, all of the above.
Correct. So we're saying that a culture or the language, Creole, a language is considered a part of what Creole is because Creole is a language. We refer to Creole as when persons, whether you're white, black, once you were born in the Caribbean, this is a language that you speak, and so it is defined as Creole. So a language, a white person born in the Caribbean, an enslaved person born in the Caribbean, they most likely will speak the language of Creole. Creole differs in different parts of the Caribbean because we realize that it depends on who were your colonial rulers. It depends on how your Creole will be. So our Creole may be different from that of Trinidad and St. Lucia's Creole. St. Lucia's Creole is mixed with French because they were once ruled by the French. And so it differs. So let me have a reader for 7.
Garvism, which occurred in the 20th century, is an example of cultural.
Let me hear an answer for 7.
Is it C?
Cultural retention.
Anybody else? Why
Renewal.
cultural retention? Why cultural retention? Let me hear an explanation for that. The person who said cultural retention, can you explain why you say that answer? We're all here to learn. Let's get this.
Cultural retention because, well, in my opinion, the blacks were is that they were forgetting their culture because the white people, the planters, they kind of brainwashed them. They used I don't remember the term for it, but Garvey, what he was trying to do, he was trying to bring back the black heritage, the black feeling, the black practices and culture before it died out completely.
Your explanation is an explanation for cultural renewal. Because what is cultural renewal? What happens in cultural renewal is like a rejuvenation of our culture. So yes, when we were enslaved by the Europeans, we were somewhat brainwashed, as you said. But with Garveyism, what he was trying to do, what the term refers to, is a rejuvenation of one's culture. So even though it was kind of being or somewhat not exist because of the fact that we were brainwashed, as you say, by the Europeans, what Garveyism tries to do is to rejuvenate that culture within us and rejuvenate that culture within our people so that we come back to what we know. So even when we were introduced to the European culture, Garveyism seeks to renew that culture that was already in us from the get-go, if you understand what I'm saying.
Can you please repeat the last sentence you said?
What I'm saying is that what Garveyism seeks to do is to renew that culture within us, rejuvenate the culture. So even though, as the person who answered it and said cultural retention said that we were somewhat brainwashed, and yes, I agree with that. But that contributes to what Garveyism was trying to do, which was to renew the culture within us. So rejuvenate that culture, rejuvenate that excitement, that rejuvenate the will to learn about the culture that we have within us, the culture that we brought from Africa with us. So then if you guys read into Marcus Garvey and his movements, and we realize what he wanted to do was to reintroduce our culture to us. Because like you said, we're so brainwashed by the European culture that we want to do everything the Europeans try to do. What his movement was about was to rejuvenate and renew that drive, that passion to turn to our culture and turn to the things that we brought from Africa with us. So whether it be the confidence that we have in ourselves and the confidence that we have in our people, the confidence we have in our language, the confidence we have in the way we dress, the confidence we have in the way we speak, that cultural renewal, rejuvenate that culture for us to not be ashamed of where we're coming from, but to be proud of who we are. So that was what Garveyism set out to achieve, to renew the culture, renew what we already had within us. Am I clear?
Yeah, thank you. I get the what you were saying now. So what would be the definition for cultural retention? Because I seem to be mixing the two.
Exactly. So with cultural retention, it seeks to let me get a definition. So it's an act of retaining the culture of a specific ethnic group, right? Or ethnic group or of people. So it's like specifically when there is something that's lost. But in our case, we never lost completely our culture. It was still there, but it was so, it was in the shadows, if you understand what I'm saying. So we never completely lost our culture. Because if that was the case, then it would be very, very difficult to reintroduce that culture to us. So it's not like our culture was totally erased. Our culture was somewhat put on the back burner. So with cultural retention, it is when a culture is completely erased, it's completely lost. But what Garveyism tries to do is to rejuvenate our culture, to renew that culture that we already have. Am I clear?
Yeah, so you're saying that cultural renewal is when the culture isn't lost, but
Yeah,
it
it's
is
not lost, it's still
lost,
there.
and tension is when it is lost,
Completely
and you
lost.
bring it back
Mm-hmm.
when it's completely lost.
So let's do an example. If you have a child who is 16, who goes abroad, right, and they get introduced into the American way of life, and we see it with social media, even though we have a culture of in Jamaica, we're said to be a very Christian state. But because of social media and because of the European lifestyle and because of the laws and the rules that exist there, that you accept everything that happens, whether we seek it to be good or bad. So even though we have the culture that says, and the values that say, this is what you should believe, the Christian way of life is how you should live your life. That's our culture. Our culture is based upon that very foundation, the Christian way of life, right? But a child who is 16, who was raised in a Christian home, goes to the United States, right? Or to any country within Europe, and they're introduced to this new way of life that says everything is accepted. Not saying that that's the case, but just an example, that anything is accepted. You do whatever you want to do. The culture that Christianity is our base is still in that person. But when you introduce Garveyism seeks to, through quotes and through reading and through expanding your knowledge, you realize that our culture is this. So even though we have somewhat put the belief of Christianity and our culture behind us when we left Jamaica and moved to this European country, we still have that deep-rooted Christian beliefs and value within us. So Garveyism, through renewal and rejuvenation of that culture, it seeks to introduce to you that this is what you should believe in, because this is where you were born, this is what you were told from your very young child, and so these are your beliefs, your values that you should stick to. So it's not the fact that they have completely erased the Christian way of life and the Christian view and what our culture is based on, but they have been exposed to other ways of life. And so they have a choice now to choose something else, but they have not completely erased what they already know. Am I clear?
Yeah, you're clear. Thank you.
Can I have a reader for 8? So 7 is B.
Which of the following theories is closely associated with the term creolization?
Let me have an answer for that.
D.
Correct. Perfect. Let's move on. We have a diagram here. Well, a map, to be more specific. And let me give you a quick second to look at it. And then we'll go to the question. Good. So, can I have somebody read the question for me?
The tectonic plates labeled X and Y respectively are the... Can you please go back up to the...
Yeah.
No problem. So this is X, X, and what do you say? X and Y down here. So the tectonic plates labeled X and Y respectively are
I think it's D or A.
Yeah, I think it's A.
Can we agree on an answer? And say it with confidence. If it is that you think that's it, then confidently say it. What is the answer? Because I'm hearing A, I'm hearing something else. What is it? You guys know it, come on.
A.
A. Who's that person who just spoke?
Me. Belgium.
And you're saying it's what?
A.
A.
Yeah, the answer is A.
Correct. You guys have to be confident when you speak. Because you guys have read, you guys know what you're saying. If it is that you're not sure, then you say you're not sure. But you guys know it. So if you say it's A, say it with confidence. It's A, right? And then if it's not A, then I'll tell you that it's not A. And then we can have a respectful debate as to why we think our answers differ and which is the correct answer, right? So A is correct. Let's move on. 10.
Which of the following definitions best describe the El Nino weather phenomenon?
Mhm. What is it?
A.
I say C.
I don't think it's A because I read that it's when the rainwater and the seawater has different temperatures and it causes a hurricane.
I heard another answer. Who just spoke a while ago? Say your name.
Akira Campbell.
Akira. And repeat your explanation.
I said that the answer was C.
Why?
Because the El Nino weather phenomenon is when the warm water from the coast of Puerto Rico mixes with the cold water. Well, I don't remember exactly from where, but I know that it's when the warm and cold water mix and it helps to form hurricanes.
Okay, you're correct. You're correct. The answer is C. So it's not A for those persons who said A. I was hoping to hear properly the explanation for A as to why the person said A. So the person who said A, exactly why did you say A?
I said A and I was the one who was explaining that I read something about when the rainwater falls and the seawater, there are different temperature, the variance in the temperature, they form a hurricane. And then I was saying that I'm not sure if it is A.
So what?
Because
So
it
which
matches
answer?
to A. So I was saying
So what's
C.
your final answer?
C.
Okay. So the answer is not A. It's C. I love the explanation given by Akira for the answer C. Okay, 11.
Which of the following family types was introduced to the Caribbean by the East Indians?
C.
Extended.
If you guys have reviewed multiple past papers, you will realize that question 11 has been repeated, but instead of extended family, another word was used. Which word is it?
Is it joint?
Joint. What is a joint family? What is a joint family? Okay, nobody wants to answer.
A joint family is an extended family typically consisting of 3 or more generations.
Okay, so when I said the joint family, when I asked and I said joint family, why nobody responded? You thought I was saying it was incorrect? Because the person who said it, she just went silent.
I didn't know, I just Googled it. I didn't know.
Okay, you will either see extended family or joint family, and it's very popular within the East Indian, the Indian culture to have extended families. So it's multiple members or generations living under sometimes one household, and they contribute to the overheads So like the bills and whatever. So you'll either see extended family or joint family. So don't get confused when you see joint family. It's still the correct answer. Another thing, do not practice or do not get into the habit of practicing the letters and not the answers. You have some persons who I don't know why they practice it, but saying 11 is A, 12 is B, 13 is C, whatever. The answers can come into whatever order the examiners choose to put them. So what you should know for the questions is the answers, not the letters, because they can change the letters anytime. If it is that you, say for instance, a question like number 11, you have words that can be replaced, synonyms that can be used in, say for example, in the place of extended family. Joint family can be used. So don't be thrown off by the fact that you see another word or you see the answer being at A instead of what you have practiced it to be at B, right? So get into the habit, the intelligent habit of practicing or revising the answers which match the questions. Am I clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Can I have a reader for 12?
Caribbean families in which the mother is the center of the household are referred to as
Matrifocal.
Why not matriarchal?
A matriarchal family is a family in which the mother is the head of the household and not the focus or the center.
Perfect. I love the confidence. I love the confidence. A is the answer. Moving on. 13.
Mr. Polygon has been advised by the Agricultural Agency that he needs to minimize soil erosion. Which of the following methods should he use?
Crop rotation.
Yes, when I was doing this exam, there was a big debate on whether the answer for this is A or B. Tell me why you think, or tell me if you agree that the answer is B, and why you believe that crop rotation is the correct answer and not A.
I believe that the answer is B, because when you're talking about terracing, you're most likely talking about farming being done on the hillside.
And why is it crop rotation?
So I would more likely go with crop rotation because I am thinking that crop rotation most likely has to be done when they're farming on the plain or in the valleys. And so that is why I chose crop rotation instead of terracing, because if it was terracing, I would say that it would more likely say that he's on the hillside farming and stuff like that. So
Okay.
Well, she kind of missed out something about crop rotation. So crop rotation is like when you sequentially plant different crops on the same plot of land, right?
Yes.
And I would say it would be crop rotation because crop rotation improves the soil. So yeah, and it reduces like the runoff of nutrients and chemicals.
So crop rotation helps to improve soil health, right? I remember learning this back when I did agriculture many decades ago. I'm just kidding. But it helps to improve the soil. And so it's one of the ways that we prevent soil erosion. right? Because it is said that when you do, for example, monocropping, because you're planting the same crop in the same place, it does not improve. And so when you do crop rotation, as the word suggests, you rotate your crops, then it helps to improve the soil itself, which is said to minimize the chances of soil erosion. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Shade, was your response where I'm seeing you're saying A? Is it the response to this question or the question before?
It was for the question before.
Okay, so you agree that the answer is B?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Okay, let's have a reader for 14.
Which of the following sports was used by the White Atlanta class to demonstrate moral and racial superiority over their Black subjects? I would say cricket. Because the Europeans brought cricket and they used to play it and exclude them from the matches because they said that this game is only for us white planters. So yeah.
That's correct. That's correct. Can I have a reader for 15?
The Rastafari movement gained worldwide recognition mainly through, I would say, B or D.
I would say B.
Who said B or D, as in dog?
Moya.
You said B or D?
Yes, miss. But I'm not sure about D because the Nyabingi movement, I only heard about that in Jamaica. So I'm not sure if it's a worldwide thing, but I'm sure about reggae because I know that reggae helped to form Rastafari as well as the Marcus Garvey movement and Christianity, since it's a syncretic religion.
Gain worldwide recognition mainly through reggae music. Mainly through persons like Bob Marley, right? So the Nyabingi movement, yes, it's associated to the Rastafarian religion, but popularity mainly through, not saying, because what you have to look at is the words that are in bold, mainly. So we're not saying that Rastafari movement did not gain popularity or recognition through tourism and the use of marijuana and the Nyabingi movement, but it mainly got recognition worldwide through reggae music, through musical legends like Bob Marley, our very own, right? So the answer for that is B. I read a 416.
Which of the following is considered an element of good governance?
C, rule of law.
Do we have law students here? Anybody here doing law?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to us what is the rule of law. What is the basis of the rule of law and why? And titling as to why it is considered an element of good governance.
Basically, no man is above the law. So whether you're in high position, like for example, if you're prime minister, you're not above the law, you can still be charged, you can still be guilty.
Perfect. The basic rule that governs rule of law is that no man is above the law. We don't care if you're the governor general, we don't care if you're the prime minister, we don't care if you actually make the laws. No man is above the law. So every person, every citizen of any Caribbean culture is subjected to the laws of their country, the laws of their land. So if you break a law, you are subjected to the penalties of breaking that law. So you can't pull the card of, oh, I am this person. Oh, I have this amount of money in my bank account. I am this color. I was this person's friend. I'm the daughter of this person. Nobody cares. No one is above the law. And that is why it is considered an element of good governance. Because if it is that you have persons who are governing our society who are not subjected to our laws or subjected to the laws of the land, you find that they abuse their authority, they abuse their power. So in order for us to have good governance, right, you must be subjected to the laws of your land. If you break the law, you will be penalized. If you're the governor general who's representative of the Queen, if he breaks the law of our land, he is subjected to those laws. And like any other citizen, he will be given the penalties or faced with the penalties of breaking those laws, right? So thank you for that explanation. Moving on, the answer for 16 is C. A reader for 17.
Which of the following?
I love that. One person, please. Go ahead.
Which of the following factors is most likely to hinder development?
Read that again. We're at 17, not 18.
Oh,
17.
Sorry.
That's
Which
fine.
of the following types of development seeks to protect future generations? D, sustainable development.
Sustainable development. Perfect. 18. I see the chat being 18. Am I blocking you guys? Sorry. And a reader for 18.
Which of the following factors is most highly to hinder development?
An answer.
Class stratification or environmental degradation? Well,
class. You said go with what your gut says. The first answer you think that came to mind, don't move on. Class stratification. I see Miss Walker raising her hand. I guess that's for my attention.
Would it be class
Miss Walker?
Would it be class stratification because of the unequal distribution of wealth?
Yes. What is class stratification, guys?
When a society is divided into different social groups.
Name the social groups.
A caste system. You have the noble, you have the middle class, you have the lower class.
Upper class, middle, basic terms.
The upper class, middle class, and lower class.
Lower class, middle class, and upper class. And we find that why we say that it most likely hinders development, because it has been proven that because the distribution of wealth seems to be stuck, you can only achieve if it is that you fall within the category of the upper or middle class. Our society is working very hard through policies to ensure that wealth is distributed equally, but that's a perfect society and there's no perfect society. So there are class systems within our society, whether we want to believe it or not. It's not as rigid as the caste system, the system that exists in places like India, right? Because the caste system there's no social mobility, there's no movement of opportunities or distribution of wealth if you're located outside of a particular caste, right? So we can get social mobility in Jamaica through education, right? So through education, if you're born in the lower society, you have an opportunity to move up the social ladder through education. And what's that called when you move up the social ladder through education?
Upward social mobility.
Yeah, but what's the name specifically given to when you move up the ladder through education?
Miss, is it achievement?
There's a specific name that's given to it.
Meritocracy.
Correct, right? So you have an opportunity to move up through education, right? And so it no longer exists where, oh, you can't achieve because you were born into the lower class. There's no excuse where that comes from, where that can be used. No, there's still some people within our society that believes that you just cannot move up the social ladder. And you can, if you probably move up, you can't move past the middle class level. And I fail to believe that, because we have seen time and time again where persons within our society who are basically, who were born into the lower class, who have moved up and reached the upper class because of their achievement, right? And that's why we have a push in Jamaica through education, that you get a good education and that you work hard in school, and that even though it becomes stressful at times, it is important, very, very important and very critical, that we do our best in school when we have an opportunity to do so. And that we can remove the excuses of saying that, oh, we will never get there because it's for this man, or it's for that man, or it's for that woman because she has this name, or if you don't have that name in Jamaica, you cannot move up. Which, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I don't believe it is so. I believe there's an opportunity through education for us to move up the social ladder, right? So I believe that if we work hard, you get an education, a good education, important, a good education, not just a mediocre education. Once you get a good education, there's always an opportunity for you to move up the social ladder. But it is indeed considered a can be a hindrance to development, right? So can I have a reader for 19?
Which of the following actions is likely to result in gender inequality? I, fathers are denied paternity leave. 2, women can fight discrimination in the law courts. 3, males only are guaranteed secondary education.
Answer?
B as in boy.
Good. Why not 2? Why not include 2? Why not the 1, 2, and 3?
Because if women alone are given the chance to fight discrimination, that wouldn't be gender equality. Or inequality, or if women are given the opportunity to fight, that would aid in gender equality and not inequality.
Good, good.
Because they're able to fight for their rights and not limited.
Yeah, so if it is a situation where women could not, or women were not given an opportunity to fight against discrimination in the law courts, then it would be considered as a result of through gender inequality, right? So it's very important to pay keen attention and to read the questions carefully before offering a response, because I know that the pressures on the anxiety of an exam will put pressure on you, and you just read the question and be like, okay, I think this is the answer. But because you have not properly read the question in the first place, you find that you offered an incorrect response when you could have avoided that if you had read the question correctly from the get-go. So I know that we get nervous and time is upon us, and we are trying to get through the 45 questions before the invigilator said pencils down, but it is very important, it's critical that you read the questions carefully. You pay attention to the words like likely, mostly, did not, does not, whatever the term may be, but to pay attention to the words that are highlighted, words that are in bold, because they're there for a reason. They can change the very meaning of the sentence, the very meaning of the question being asked. So the answer to that is B, as in boy, 1 and 3. Can I have a reader for 20? Is it okay? Was it a question? Somebody started asking or saying something. I don't know if it was about to read. What was it?
About to read.
Okay, go ahead, darling.
When individuals from low-income families are able to change their status through effort and industry, they are said to enjoy
social mobility.
Correct. I don't think that needs an explanation. 21.
What does the following?
The next person can read 22, but why don't you go ahead?
What does the following equation represent? GDP divided by population. B, per capita.
Exactly. All right, 22, the other person. I guys see. 22, the other person was about to read. Okay, a reader for 22.
Which of the following indicators of development is generated from information derived from an inequality survey?
The Gini index.
That's correct. 23, I see in the chat, I guess you guys are trying to repeat the answers to the questions. What I did was to do a PowerPoint and consisting of the answers to these papers. I will, at the end of this paper, show it on the screen. You can take a picture of it, and then you can use it whenever you feel like using it. All right? So you'll get the answers after the paper is completed. Okay, reader for 23.
Which of the following organizations aim to regulate trade among countries? The World Trade Organization.
Perfect. No explanation needed there. 24.
Which of the following?
Okay. Go ahead, one of you. The other person can read 25.
All right, so which of the following represents the correct order of the movement towards Caribbean regional integration? B, Federation, CARICTA, and then CARICOM.
Correct. Okay, the other person for 25. Rido. Anybody? Darling, you're breaking up. You're breaking up and we're not hearing you. Who is that? Akira, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
You were breaking up, and so we never heard the question. So could you read again?
Okay, the members of the OECS share more achievements among themselves than with their CARICOM partners. Which of the following is not a common achievement of the OECS?
Would it be a common government?
Yes. They don't have a common government, right? I heard somebody saying something. Guys, there's sometimes when I don't know if it is my connection, it could be, but there are moments that you are in and out with your responses, and so I don't hear them clearly. So don't get annoyed if I keep asking you to repeat. It's just the fact that I never heard what you said, right? Okay, so the answer for 25 is C. So a reader for 26.
Which of the following is a challenge for the CSME?
D. High level of political commitment.
D.
Which of the following is a challenge?
Increase competition from extra-regional sources.
Any other response?
High level of political commitment from member countries.
I think it's A, because I mean it have freedom of movement, but it's only for like 5 people. It's not like you could just like say you could go in a country and like, or freedom of labor. It had the work permits. Yeah.
Yeah, so the answer, I am going to get back to the person who said B and D, but the answer I have is A. But explain to me why you selected B.
I selected B because when I was reading the Jennifer Mohammed, it was saying that the CSME it has a, how will we say? The challenge, one of the major challenges it faces is that the political commitment of member countries, because it's that when they go to the meetings and they say one thing, it's hard for each prime minister or president to implement that in their own country. Some of them don't really agree with that. They want what is best for their country. I think that's called parachilism. I think that's the term for it. Yeah, so they don't really care about other countries. They're just and they don't really implement the laws in their countries when they go to the meetings, because it's hard to get the individuals in each country to follow the rules that the CSME has.
Okay.
But that would not be like a challenge for CARICOM, except or like integration.
For CARICOM.
That's a challenge for CARICOM. We're looking at specifically the CSME. So the person who said D, give me an explanation as to why you chose D as in dog.
Okay, so I chose D as in dog because the CSME aims at having free trade or the removal of tariffs between its members, and if it encourages trade among the members. So when extra regional sources come in place like America, and they commit better offers to trade with members within the CMSC, they are more likely to go there, especially if it costs less or whatever. So that is why I was saying that competition from extra regional sources would be a challenge to the CSME.
Okay, I love your explanation. Let me tell you why I say A. And I guess this comes down to what you guys feel is the best response, because what I will not do is to impose an answer on you if you don't agree, right? Because B, the explanation for B was very good, but it was directly related to CARICOM, right? And it's an issue for CARICOM. It's a major challenge for CARICOM. D, I really understand where you're coming from. But it has been a challenge for the CSME for many years, where there's a lot of terms that exist around the free movement of labor in the region. And because there's been this challenge of the terms, people find that it is hard to move for there to be a freedom of labor in the region. So we might look at it and say, oh, but we can work in Barbados, and we can do this in Barbados, and we can move this here and move this there. But you don't understand that the terms and conditions that are implemented with these free movements, right? And so it has always been a challenge for them to agree upon terms that are considered fair to all members of the CSME. I would definitely see if any of my other colleagues would think different. David, do you share a different view? If you could be the breaker here to say what you believe to be the best response. If David is still here. Kimberly, I see your hand up.
Good morning or good afternoon. I'm so sorry. I believe there was a question surrounding the CSME and freedom of movement in the SS session, and we were discussing, I'm not sure, don't quote me, and we were discussing if it was the biggest challenge for the CSME, and we were talking about the things that, though freedom of movement exists, there are various challenges that exist with it, like what you were saying and what the young lady previously was saying. So that's why I went with A.
Yeah, the organization faces a lot of challenges in its attempt to achieve this Caribbean unity through functional corporations. So there are these terms that exist that is just hard to maneuver around, because we find that it may be a situation where one country agrees to these terms, but another country does not agree. So it's like there's no unity. So even though free movement of labor, it exists in the region, but the terms that exist are just as hard and sometimes unfair to other countries within the CSME.
Question, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the CSME center around free movement of
labor?
Yes. And if it is centered around free movement of labor, and we have so many things associated with it, that means maybe that would have been the main challenge in it. Not saying that what the young ladies said were wrong, but at the same time we need to look at it as is. And then the best answer for me would be.
And we find do not confuse CSME with CARICOM, right? CARICOM has a lot of challenges, the political commitments and the competition from wherever the competitions may come from. But the CSME it's surrounded on the basis of labor, right? The labor market. And so I'm not saying that these factors may not be challenges, but in my view, the free movement of labor in the region has always been a challenge for the CSME. But like I said, I will not impose my response on you. You can do some more reading on the topic and you go with it.
when I was reading for Caribbean studies, like for the exam itself, CSME had, you see, D, which is an increased competition from extra regional sources. That was a
Yes.
challenge too, that, but it was just a challenge that it's hard to put our economy on the global market and to receive
Yeah.
and to actually be a competition for extra regional sources. However, I was
So
watching
it's on a wider scale, right? Looking at it
yeah,
on a wider scale, not regionally, right?
right. So like I was watching this was a panel discussion with the Prime Minister for Barbados, Mia. I think her name is Mia, and
Yeah.
other persons, and like with the CSME I think president, I don't remember. And like he was saying that there is a problem for labor. I mean, CSME is not only about free movement of labor, but free movement of capital. So like they were saying, they are having this big challenge with labor, and that's why he said that instead of just being a student, no, if you're a barber or a beautician, you can experience free movement of labor. But he's saying that there's still a big challenge as it pertains to that. So I would go with A. Yeah.
Okay. I when I did my exams, I went with A as well. But like I said, I'm not imposing an answer on you guys. If it is that you disagree and you are still not convinced of why A is the answer, do some more readings. I'm always available, right? Once it is not on the day of the exam. But I'm always available to have further discussion. But my answer is A. Okay, can I have a reader for 27?
Which of the following individuals is associated with the negritude movement? 1 second, please.
The answer, guys?
B. Leopold Segur. B.
Stick to B, my dear. I have B. Anybody else has another response? Okay, I'm seeing people saying B. Okay, so I guess we agree on B. 28.
Early 19th century writings from an indigenous perspective serve to
D. Reject the notion held by Europeans that early inhabitants did not have a history.
To reject the notion held by Europeans that early inhabitants did not have a history. Remember that back then when they brought when they came on the place and they saw these people that existed, the Europeans had this idea that they have to give them culture. They never had history before they existed. So when Christopher Columbus said that he discovered the Caribbean, right? Or discovered wherever he thought he discovered, he came and he saw people living here. How is it make it make sense to me? How can you say that it is when you arrived, these people got history, right? So what happened years before you came there, right? So that was the notion when you hear people say the indigenous perspective. The European have their own perspective, but the indigenous perspective serves to reject that notion held by the Europeans that the persons living in the Caribbean before they came did not have a history, right? So that was what the indigenous perspective seek to do. Mr. Miles, is that a Mr. or Miss? Can you pronounce your name, Miles? Okay, I'll ignore that view. All right. Okay. 29. So the answer for 28 is D.
The mass media in the Caribbean is seen as promoting cultural imperialism because of?
The answer, guys?
The first and the second one. So B.
It focuses on one, so it would be, my answer is B. One, it focuses on American talk shows and celebrity interviews, and it relay of the 24-hour European and American news cycle. So what is cultural imperialism? Because there's no way you can answer this question unless you know what cultural imperialism is. And even though the Miles individual said that you're just here for the answers, it is important that we know why we arrive at these answers, because Caribbean studies is not just for the purposes of just putting whatever answers you want. You live in the Caribbean. The things that happen within the Caribbean should have an impact on you, or it has an impact on you, whether you want to believe it or not. So it's important that when you study Caribbean studies, you actually take something from it. So don't just do it because you want to pass the exam. Do it because you want to learn. Lifelong learning. You want to know even after you have done the exam. Well, years and years and years to come, you still want to have an idea of these answers. Just not to just know that this is B, and you have to know how you arrived at B, right? So the answer is B, but what is cultural imperialism? And why is it that mass media in the Caribbean is seen as promoting cultural imperialism?
Can you repeat what you were asking, please?
So I'm saying it is important that you just don't study Caribbean studies or do the multiple choice papers.
Oh no,
because
I got that part. I'm
okay.
asking that. What was the question you're asking about imperialism again?
Yeah, what is cultural imperialism, and why is it that mass media in the Caribbean is seen as promoting cultural imperialism? What is the term cultural imperialism? What's the meaning?
So cultural imperialism is when one culture is more dominant over another. And for us in the Caribbean, it would be where we are more likely, we're watching more American talk shows than our own. And so the American culture is more dominant than our Caribbean culture.
Okay.
So it's seen as inferior.
Okay, so what's your name?
Akira.
Oh, I should know your name by now. Miss Campbell. Okay, what are some of the ways in which, let us forget the question, the answers that are given above. Give me one basic example that you know that the European or the American culture is seen to be more dominant in Jamaica, the Caribbean at large. One basic example, how you see this play out.
The movies and the shows that we watch, like example, Netflix and Hulu.
Would you say in the way we dress?
Yes, I would say in the way we dress as well. Because most of the fashion that we in the Caribbean wear are mainly based on what we see in the American culture.
Yes, it is through the type of food that we like. For those persons, so my friends will tell you that I am basically a Burger King type of girl, right? And Burger King is not a cultural food in Jamaica. It is a food that is influenced by that which is sold in Europe, right? And so it comes out through the things that we eat, the things that we watch, the clothes that we wear, the slangs that we have, the way we seek to process our hair or to not process our hair, the type of things that we're into, the type of conversations that we're into. So the cultural imperialism can play out in different ways. And unfortunately, another culture is more dominant in Jamaica, for instance, than sometimes our own culture. So I hope that we get back to the place where our generation, I don't know if we're too far off or too far gone, that we can get back to the place where our culture is dominant in our own country, or different cultures within the Caribbean is dominant in its respective country, right? So 30. So the answer for that is 29 is B, 1 and 2. So 30. Let me have a reader for 30.
In its manifesto, a political party promised to improve citizens' welfare and ensure equal access to resources. Which of the following best describes what the party is promoting? A, social justice.
Yes. 31. 31.
Reliability in research refers to?
Answer.
Is it A?
Getting similar
Yes.
results after repeating trials.
Yes. A reliable source. If we say, for instance, let's take it out of the context of research. If we say our cell phone is reliable, we expect that every time we turn on our phone, it performs the function it ought to perform. So it is considered reliable. Or cars, it's considered reliable. If we have a friend who we know that if we're in trouble, we can call them, they are considered reliable. So reliability in research is no different. We expect to get the similar results after repeated attempts, repeating trials, right? Or repetitively, we're supposed to be getting the same result from the thing that we seek to be reliable. So the reliability can come through the source, which is the person, the material that we are using. It should be considered reliable. And reliability in research refers to getting similar results after repeating trials, right? So 32, we're getting there, 32.
The research process is systematic because it...
An answer for 32.
B as in boy.
B as in boy. Why? Why B?
I think it is D.
So we have the answers that are up are B as in boy and D as in dog. Why B? Why D?
So in regards to D, when something is, correct me if I am wrong. Anyways, when something is systematic, it means that it follows some specific rules as to how it is done. So in regards to D, it's structured so that it can be, so there's a specific structure. There's a specific structure that it has to follow or whatever, so it can be replicated. Well, that's the explanation.
Good. B, why B?
I don't necessarily have an argument to support my answer being B, because at first I had D as my original answer, but a teacher told me that it was incorrect and she would get back to me as to why it was B. So I was just saying, okay, I'm gonna go with B until I get an explanation.
Okay. So The research process is systematic because my answer is D as in dog, is structured so that it can be replicated. So if it is, when you're doing a research, you have, it is structured in a particular way that if somebody else does the same research, it is likely that they will end up with the same results like you did, right? So it is set in a way that, say for instance, I don't know if it's probably the right analogy, but let's use, for example, a calculator. That calculator is structured in such a way that if I say 10 plus 10, when I was making the computer, I structured it in such a way that when I put in 10 plus 10, it must say 20. If Shakira or Akira does, if Akira types in 10 plus 10, she should get 20 because it's structured in such a way that we are likely to get the same results, right? But do let me know if that teacher get back to you as to why he or she chose B, right? Do let me know. 33. The answer for 32 is D as in dog. 33.
Researchers interested in the consistency of the research results are concerned with
C, reliability.
Correct. 34.
A hypothesis may be described as a
Question to be answered. No. Prediction of
The
an
predictable outcome. Yeah, prediction.
Yes, D as in dog. 35. D. Yeah, D as in dog, guys. 35.
which of the following actions would help to ensure that research is conducted in line with the highest ethical standards? I, use of consent forms. Disclosing potential risk, and I, observing the principles of confidentiality.
And so,
boy, I will go with all of them.
Yeah, I.
D as in dog.
All of the above.
D as in dog. I guess that person was just joining. Okay, moving on. 36.
Which of the following actions is not involved in identifying a research problem?
Is it C?
Yes. 37. 36 is C, guys. 36 C, as in cat. 37.
The following statement was written in a research report. Teenagers who bleach their skin have low self-esteem. What aspect of the research project is this likely to be?
A
hypothesis.
Yes. So that's the predicted outcome, that after they have done the research, they'll get back to this statement that says teenagers who bleach their skin have low self-esteem. Right? So that's what they hope to be the result of their research, the predicted outcome of their research. 38.
Which of the following features is not useful when evaluating website sources? A, length.
Great. 39.
A researcher wants to conduct a qualitative study on traditional dances that are no longer practiced. Which of the following data source should be useful? I, video footage. I, Bureau of Statistics. Oral history.
Historians. Oral historians.
Video
Answer?
footage and audio historians.
Correct.
C.
1 and 3. C. Good. 40.
In collecting data for her research project, Michelle organized a discussion for selected students from her school to get their opinion. What data collection method is she using? A focus group.
Good. 41. 40. Focus group of 40. 41.
Which of the following sources is likely to provide primary data for a project? Hansen report.
Good.
Yeah.
42.
Which of the following thoughts
Go
is
ahead.
not in probability sampling?
Which of the following methods is not used in probability sampling? Answer?
B.
42.
Systematic.
What is probability sampling? I say Shade with B. Tell us why B, Shade.
Is that chance sampling?
What was that? Your break? A person was answering before, guys. Just repeat what you said.
I was saying that it was a chance sampling. It's all up to chance.
Okay. Yes. So with probability, there's a possibility that you know what the result could be, right? So let me see. What is 42? 42 is B, snowball. $37.
Didn't you already go to
I'm so sorry, my guy. I'm so sorry. 43, I think we're at. 43, yes, go ahead.
Which of the following? Okay, go ahead.
Which of the following formats is most suitable for presenting the findings for an investigation which uses focus group discussions as a data collection method? Text.
Yes, 44.
Which of the following is typically part of the conclusion of a research report?
Outline of limitations.
C.
Yes. We can all see the diagram. Once we can all see the diagram, we just read the question.
Based on the data in the table, which of the following recommendations would be suitable for the researcher to give to the teacher? 1. Use a variety of teaching strategies. 2. Conduct further research. 3. Shorten the duration of the class.
So based on the table, guys, what is your answer? There's a table, guys. Look at the table, offer up a response.
Is it the first and second one?
Where the first and second? Any other response?
Miss C.
E.
C. Miss Gordon, why D?
Can you please scroll up some more so I can see the diagram?
Miss, I say C because, well, by using different variety of teaching strategies, it would probably, like, she could probably do a PowerPoint or something to get the class more engaged. To conduct further research, she could also like conduct surveys as to why they're not probably like paying attention or something, and to shorten the duration of the class because it shows that at 8:50 there is limited amount of persons there as to how there were children at the beginning of the class.
So if it is that she uses a variety of teaching strategies and it shortens the duration of the class, why does she need to do further research? Because if the table shows that at 8:50, these kids zone out, right? Based on the table itself, if she changes the way she teaches, right, through an exploration of different teaching strategies, and she shortens the duration of the class, don't you think that she'll get the results that she's looking for? And then no further research would be needed? Because I have C, 1 and 3.
I see. At first I had C, but then I got it wrong, and my teacher said D, and that's how she explained it. But to how you explain it, I see how it's C. So.
Okay, I'm not going to say who's right or wrong. Go with your guts on that one. But I would say I'd say it's C, because I think that if she uses a variety of teaching strategies, because you find that within the classroom, as students yourself, do you find that if a teacher probably changes the way they teach, don't you think you'll probably get the material or the lesson that is being taught clearer than when they just stick to this one way of doing things? And if
yes.
And
yes,
if
miss.
And you don't find that at 2:30, you don't find that at 2:30, or don't you find that at 1 o'clock you are totally zoned out? And that's one of the reasons they put mathematics in the morning, because they realize that by after lunchtime we are fed and we just want to sleep. There's no way you're going to get the material then. So if you look at your timetable and you really study how they set up the timetables for school, they normally put the subjects that are considered difficult to learn. They normally put them in the morning, because that's when you're energized and pumped and ready to go. But after lunchtime and 2 o'clock hits or 1:30 hits and you're like, it's time to go home, and only thing you're thinking about is a countdown to 2:30 when school ends. So I believe it is 1 and 3. I heard some people saying something. What was the uproar about? Anybody else has anything else to add?
Just a question.
Yes, a question.
Go ahead.
So wouldn't using a variety of teaching strategies be a form of further research?
Research? No. Using variety, it can be, if you say it like that, yes, it can be.
Oh.
But listen to this part. It is not like, oh, you're moving away from the different strategies, because the strategies that you're currently using, for instance, you have teachers who they only use handouts. right? They only use handouts. And for 10 years, the teacher is just using handouts. If it is that they implement a new strategy and start using PowerPoints and videos and group work and interactive activities to get the point across, do you think, would you consider that to be research? Because research consists of way more things than just strategies.
Yeah, but they're trying something new.
But trying something new doesn't always mean it's research. It doesn't have to be.
That is debatable, but okay. Fine.
So what is your response? Let me look if I can see your name.
I would say 1 and 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. So you are including conducting further research. So if you say, for instance, you try shortening the duration of the class, do you think that shortening the duration of the class is also considered research?
No, that wouldn't be research.
So why
that
is
would
it
be something to help the students go? And thinking about it now, maybe just 1 and 2 will do. Shortening the duration of the class. What does that really achieve? Maybe when she tries different teaching styles, a variety of teaching styles, and which is a form of further research, then maybe she'll yield more results then. I don't know.
But we're looking at the table. If you look at the table, you look at 850. Are they as attentive and paying attention at 850 like they would be doing at 820? Look at the table, paying attention to the lesson.
Valid point.
So are they paying attention at 840, 830, and 850?
Not as much as 820 and 810, sure. But what I'm saying, the variety of teaching strategies could be considered a way of conducting further research based on who you ask.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. I get your point, but I'm still sticking to the view that if it is that she can achieve these the objectives of using the variety of teaching strategies and shortening the duration of the class, there's no need, absolutely no need for her to do further research. Further research takes more time. Further research takes more, resources. And so if it is that she can just, in her lesson plan.
What about conducting?
I never got that. Not hearing.
That was somebody else.
I have a question.
Okay.
What about conducting further research to get a more primary data from the students, asking them why they are not paying attention? Because according to the question, I think it's an observation that was done. And so if she uses more teaching style as a student, if I am a visual learner and she comes with videos, I'm going to want to be in class longer because I'm learning and I will participate more. So shortening the class would not necessarily be a big benefit, seeing that she would get more attention and more attentiveness and interaction from her students with the variety of teaching strategies,
which would be a form of further research. That was my point. So her trying new strategies would have been a form of further research.
Hello. We're talking over each other, and that will not be tolerated. But what I'm saying to you guys is I understand where you guys are coming from. You totally have valid points, but we're looking, say for instance, we're looking primarily at the table. We're not making any other assumption, no other assumption we're making. We're looking at the table, we're looking at 8:30, we're looking at 8:40, we're looking at 8:50. Paying attention to the lesson at 8:10, how many sticks do they have? 6. Paying attention at 8:20, we have 4. So we realize through the statistics and that which are presented, the data that are presented on the table, we realize that there has been a decline by 8:30. So shortening the duration of the class has to be on it, because that's what the table shows, that at 8:30, 8:40, these kids ain't paying attention. And it says 1 tick through it for interaction at 8:30, 1 tick for interaction at 8:50. but they're walking around and disrupting the class. So if it is the person who said implement videos, that's using a strategy. So if it is that they can take out the strategy of just writing the lesson on the board or just blatantly talking, then you find that that's implementing new strategies of teaching. So that's why I asked you guys when I said, if it is that you're in class, when you find that a teacher just comes to class and read from the textbook, do you learn anything? You have some persons who learn that way, but you have to facilitate everybody, which is sometimes very, very hard to do. So you see, talking to classmates in class at 8:40 and 8:50 is higher than when they just came at 8:10. Interacting with the teacher at 8:10 and 8:20 lessons than when it reached 8:30 and it just stops. So that's why I'm saying if they use a variety of teaching strategies, then they can find that through that, there could be some improvements. And shortening the duration of time has to be on it, because we find that at 8:30, 8:40, and 8:50, there's totally no paying attention to the lesson that's being taught. So Mr. I don't know who was speaking, but the person who was speaking before and the other young lady, if it is that you still disagree, I want you to tell me one at a time, your final point, and then we'll try to move on. Like I said, I will not dictate to you what the answer is. I will not thrust my answer upon you. You will take the answer if you want to, or you don't take it. You have valid points, and I do agree that it could be used, but in my opinion, I'm sticking to 1 and 3. Very valid points. So the young man who was speaking before, could you go ahead if you still want to? And the young lady who was speaking before, you can go ahead if you want to after the other person has spoken.
Yeah, man, I'm seeing what you're saying now, in total agreement with you.
Okay, perfect. The young lady?
Honestly, I am just going to leave it up until if I'm in the exam and I see it, whatever my mind decides to choose first, that is what I'm going to choose.
Go with your guts. Okay, that's the final question, guys. I love the interaction. I'm all up for it. It's very important that we hear each other's points. We hear where we are at in our minds, where we arrive at certain answers, because nobody's perfect. We can make mistakes. I don't mark CXC, neither do I mark CAPE, so I could be incorrect. So I'm open to hearing how you guys arrived at your answers. Okay, so let's move. We just finished 2017. So that's one paper down. I'm giving you a 1 minute breather so we can rejuvenate and get back, and we'll go to 2018. Okay. I hope you guys took a sip of water. And let's move on to 2018. Okay, let's have our first reader. We're back for those persons who don't know. So we're doing the 2018 paper. So let's, first of all, I think I promised to show you guys the answer for the 2018, the 2017. Let me show that to you before I begin the others. Are you guys seeing my screen? Let me try to Are you guys seeing?
Yes, we're seeing.
I'll give you a minute to take pictures. Not even a minute, I'll give you 30 seconds. We're ready? You guys good?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Let's get back to 2018. Our first reader. Our first reader, question 1.
A diaspora is best described as. Is it the thing with this question? I always get it wrong. All the teachers always get it
B.
wrong. B.
B as in boy.
B.
Any other answers? Because you guys seem to have some.
No, it's just a issue with me. Like, even when we know what a diaspora is, I'm just always selecting the wrong answers.
What answer did you select?
I'm always selecting. No, the thing is, my teacher always tells me B or either B or C, and she told me the right answer, but I'm always selecting a particular answer. So I'm like, did I select this answer first? And then the teacher gave me that answer, and then I'm like, and then end up selecting the wrong one.
Okay.
Is it B though?
It's B.
Boy.
Yeah. Second question 2. Sorry. Question 2.
So what section of the slave trade does the Middle Passage? Oh, sorry.
Question
Which
2.
of the following? Yeah, I'm sorry. Which of the following outcomes did not result from adult suffrage in the Caribbean?
Decolonization.
Anybody else?
A as well.
Okay. Correct. 3.
To what section of the slave trade does the Middle Passage refer?
A.
Good. 4.
Under slavery, Caribbean society was characterized by
rigid separation of classes.
Good. 5.
The enslavement of Africans in the Caribbean contributed to the erosion of their cultural practices because they
C.
Separated by from their kinship groups.
Family and kinship group. Yes. 6.
The main aim of colonial somebody else.
Colonial. The main aim of colonial education in the Caribbean was to
Control the masses at the time.
We all agree?
Yes, we all agree.
Okay. 7.
Which of the following
festivals is celebrated in Toronto?
Caribana?
8.
Which of the following indigenous groups settled in Central America in pre-Columbian times?
Maya.
Maya. Yes, Maya. 9. Repeated question.
Which of the following terms best describes the near extermination of the indigenous population caused by European exploration and settlement in the Caribbean region?
Genocide.
Yes. 10.
Which of the following Caribbean countries is most likely being depicted by the pie chart?
Is it Antigua?
Ooh. Look at the chart again.
Guyana.
It's Guyana.
Guyana. If you said the same, if you saw the same question and you don't see Guyana, which other Caribbean country could be replaced by Guyana?
Trinidad and Tobago.
Good. Question 11.
Which of the following
Which of the following approaches was used by Caribbean people to challenge European domination during the 16th century? Micro-level resistance.
Yes. 12.
Which of the following beliefs best shows the link between a cultural norm and a cultural value?
Cooking extra food for unexpected guests signifies hospitality.
Good. That's definitely a Caribbean thing. 13.
Mr. Polygon has been advised by the Agricultural Agency that he needs to minimize soil erosion on his hillside farm. Which of the following conservation method is best for him to use?
terracing?
Guys, this is a repeated question.
Miss.
Yes. But this time they specify.
Oh, sorry, guys. Yes, definitely.
They specify this one.
My apologies. A. It's on the hillside. Good. 14. 14.
Which of the following indigenous people contribute to Caribbean culinary traditions? 1 and 2 only.
Yes. 15.
Julia migrated to the United States, where she works and sends money to her mother.
Please go back to question 14.
Sorry, the person who was reading. Give me a second. Question 14, guys. Here it is. That's okay now? Are we okay? We're on the same page?
Well, and what was the answer that was given?
What was the answer, guys?
B 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you.
Great. The person was reading 15. You can go ahead.
Julia migrated to the United States, where she works and sends money to her mother, who takes care of her children. The money is known as
remittance.
Repeated question again. Also 11 was repeated. Okay, 16.
Which of the following types of development?
Go ahead.
Which of the following types of development seeks to protect resources for future generation? Sustainable.
Good. You guys seem like you're getting energized as we move on. 17. Good.
Gender inequality is a factor that hinders development. Which of the following actions results in gender inequality? 1.
D, 1 and 3.
Okay. Repeated question as well. 18.
Which of the following organization aim to regulate trade among countries? World Trade Organization, WTO.
Okay.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
go back
19.
up? Hello?
Miss, could you go back to 17 for a moment, please?
Oh, no problem.
Are you guys hearing?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Option 3 says males are guaranteed secondary education. I don't understand how that results in gender inequality if they are guaranteed.
No, but you have to understand it has to be males and females who are guaranteed secondary education, not just males.
Males.
Okay. Who else was speaking?
Miss, didn't the other paper specify males only?
I'm not getting that question.
Miss, for point 3, I think it said males only are guaranteed secondary.
But this on the other paper it said males only are guaranteed secondary education. That's why I was kind of confused.
Yeah.
No, but even if it said males only, guys, if it is that males are guaranteed secondary education, right? Why isn't it males and females who are guaranteed secondary education? For it to be equality. It can't be just males.
But if you say that, that would have to be the same point for number 2. Why doesn't it say women and males can fight discrimination?
Yeah.
But no, guys, read the question again. Please read the question again.
Gender inequality is a factor that hinders development. Which of the following actions in gender inequality?
So what are you saying? It's all 3.
But if women can fight against discrimination in court, isn't that them achieving gender equality because they're able to fight for their rights? Seeing that women are the gender that is females is the gender that is mostly discriminated against. So when they have the power to fight against discrimination, they are achieving equality. Whereas if they were not able to fight against discrimination, that is where it will result in the gender inequality. So it would still be 1 and 3 because 3 says that males are guaranteed secondary education. But what are happening to our females?
Yes.
Seeing that we know that women are always taught that we are taught that we females should stay home and do the household chores and stuff like that.
No, but you can't look.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't look at it based on background information. You have to look at it based on the information given. So if you're going to say the question is suggesting inequality when it says males are guaranteed secondary education, but females, it's implying that females aren't, you have to do that with number 2 and say it's implying that males.
So guess what? We're going to go back to, let's go back to 2017's paper. Do you know which number it was at?
I believe the numbers are the same.
19.
I never heard that. Never heard that. Was 19.
It's
right?
number 19.
Okay, for question 19, it says, which of the following actions is likely to result in gender inequality? Fathers are denied paternity leave. We know that's a contributing factor to gender inequality. Do we all agree? Do we agree?
Yes, miss.
Number 2, it says women can fight discrimination in the law courts. That's 2. Males only are guaranteed secondary education, right? So if it is that we are going to say we're looking at males only, because I get where you're coming from, but it's not to say, because you cannot look at Caribbean studies in a bubble and say, oh, you can't look at background knowledge to think about what your answers should be. Because that's the basic point of a multiple choice paper, is for you to know the information. You have to know the information before you can actually answer the question, for you to know that if whether or not it's right or wrong. So I would say, I understand what you're saying, but I would say it is 1 and 3, which would be B. Because the background knowledge shows that women decades ago were not able to fight in courts against discrimination, right? So background knowledge tells you that if women can fight against discrimination in the law courts, then that contributes to gender equality. But I understand the point about males are guaranteed secondary education. On the contrary to what it said before, males only, it is the same thing. Males are guaranteed secondary education, males only are guaranteed secondary education. It is the same thing. So it would have to be 1 and 3. Am I clear?
I still disagree, because you're saying we're supposed to look at background information, right? But in the Caribbean culture, or I don't know, I don't really know about the Caribbean on the whole, but in Jamaica, females are more likely to get a secondary education. The entire
Who says that? Where are your statistics to show that?
No. Females make
statistics
use of the
to show
education that we get, but education is provided to everyone, both males and females.
But everybody is exposed.
It says guaranteed. Yes, education is provided to everybody.
But the third option and the one in the previous paper is basically saying the same thing.
But all genders are guaranteed secondary education, but females make use of
Okay.
And women can fight discrimination in court too. You might not win, but they can fight it.
And 1 minute. Let's get this clear. We agree fathers are denied paternity leave is considered gender inequality, because every gender should be given the right to paternity leave, right? That is debatable as well, but we won't go there. Women can fight discrimination in the law courts is something you have to look on from a historical point of view. We have gotten to the point now where our generation has the luxury of seeing women being able to represent themselves in court against discrimination, whether it be them not getting the same paycheck or same salary as a man, or whether or not they're not able to sit on executive boards because they're females. They can go in court and fight against their constitutional rights, right? They're given the opportunity, but you have to look at it from a historical point of view, where we used to live in a time where women were not given those opportunities. Had it been a situation where they say females are guaranteed secondary education, it would be the same thing for saying females alone are guaranteed secondary education. What does guarantee mean? So we know we want to say, oh, males are guaranteed secondary education, women can fight discrimination in the law courts, is the same thing. There's no statistic to show that males are at a disadvantage to getting education from that as a female. Statistics, there is statistics to show, though, that females tend to excel in school and in school overall than that of males, but we're given the same opportunities right across the board. So to say males are guaranteed secondary education and to say males alone or males only are guaranteed secondary education, it is the same thing.
May I add something?
Go ahead.
I was reading some statistics the other day with the same male and female, and it is also said that males are tend to be graded lower. Like, so for female, we will be given an average that we have to be at a 80%, and they would accept a 60% for the males, because they're saying that females tend to excel more, so they expect us to work harder than with males. So I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. The point is, it is an unfair statement to make, but I know the males in here will argue to defend their point, but there's statistics to show that there's a likelihood that a woman will go to university and continue her education than that of a male. If you look at the University of the West Indies, you will find that you have more females enrolled than that of males. But males and females from kindergarten right up to the university level are allowed the same or given the same opportunities right across the board, whether you're male, whether you're female. We have never in Jamaica can speak specifically to deny a woman or deny a male from accessing any sort of education because of their gender. But to say males are guaranteed secondary education is to say, okay, females are not guaranteed secondary education. But historically, we know that women were not able to fight against discrimination back then because women were seen as properties. So they never had the luxury like we have come to see now, where females are empowered and we have this drive that we can do anything which our laws allow us to do to represent ourselves against sexual discrimination, any sort of gender-based discrimination that we may encounter. But I will go back to the point and say that if it is that you are still inclined to select the answer that you find most appropriate, then do just that. Allow CAPE and the markers to be the judge of that, right? So the answer is 1 and 3. We're moving on. A reader for 18.
We were at 19.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. 19. Mm-hmm.
The term indigenous perspective, I would reject the notion held by Europeans.
Read the question. I don't know if you continue to read because I never heard it. Read the question again, please. Thank you.
The term indigenous perspectives was coined by West Indian scholars in the early 19th century too.
Mm-hmm. Repeat the question.
Repeat the question, miss?
No, it's a repeated question. It's a repeated question, guys. What's the answer?
D as in dog, reject the notion held by Europeans that the indigenous were decoyed and backward.
Docile. Mm-hmm. Okay. 20.
Yeah.
20.
The mass media in the Caribbean is seen as promoting cultural imperialism because of its focus on American talk shows and celebrity interviews. 2, its relaying of the 24-hour European and American news cycle. 3, the emphasis placed on showcasing Caribbean indigenous cultural practices.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 21.
In its manifesto, a political party promised to pursue a harmonious relationship among all classes of society and the guarantee of equal opportunities for all citizens. Which of the following tenets is the party promoting?
Social
justice.
Okay, repeated question as well, 22.
Which of the following practice is considered an element of good governance? The rule of law.
Great, I love the choir. 23.
One challenge faced by Caribbean countries is is in achieving integration is the insularity of citizenship.
Yes, perfect. 24.
Sir Arthur Lewis' theory, industrialization by invitation, was based on Is it direct foreign investments?
Yes. 25.
The dependency ratio is determined by calculating the
Come on, guys.
Proportion of the working population to those under and over employment age.
Yes. Answer is D as in dog. 26.
Which of the following factors is considered a challenge to development in the Caribbean? I'd say D.
26. 26. D as in dog. We all agree?
26 is D.
What am I saying? Which of the following? Sorry, guys. Which of the following factors is considered a challenge to development in the Caribbean?
I would say D. Oh, D.
We have to let's do the process of elimination. It cannot be regional integration. It cannot be improved educational standards. It's between A and D. Do we believe that cultural imperialism is a challenge to development in the Caribbean?
No, not a major one.
Yes, I believe so.
How so?
Because in cultural imperialism, where one foreign culture is more dominant over the local one, it is seen as a site of attraction that pulls your people from your country to want to go where they are more culturally excited and what they want to be and what they want to do. So we can experience things such as brain drain, and that would be a factor that challenge development in the Caribbean, seeing that more of its people, especially the younger generation, will be coming up to be the working population, is moving out of the country to go where they feel that their culture is more excited and stuff like that. So when you advertise a foreign culture and make it more dominant, it leads to you losing people within your country.
Okay. D, why is it D?
So, all right, correct me if I'm wrong, but in relation to D, so one of the indicators of development is productivity. And in order for a country to be productive, they would have to be producing more things. And if persons are confident in local products, they would buy these products. Therefore, they would not have to take in more than what they are putting out. So that is why I selected D.
But with them having lack of confidence in their own products, right? Isn't that leading to going back to cultural imperialism, where the people of the country are more confident in external products? And so they will have to be importing more external things that makes the people of the country more cultural excited for outside goods and services, so they would more likely help leading to them moving towards that more culture.
Well, I would say cultural imperialism is a result. No, lack of confidence in local products would be as a result of cultural imperialism.
Yeah. So a question though, we have a promotion in Jamaica that says, eat what you grow, grow what you eat. Why do you think we had to get to the place where we had that slogan? Why the government had to say to its people, eat what you grow, grow what you eat?
lack of productivity and
what is a contributing factor of development? How do you know a country is developed?
GDP and the other one. I don't remember
GDP, GNP, right?
Product. Yes, that's.
Yes. So I know we want to say, oh, cultural imperialism, and yes, we're not saying it's not a challenge, right? It can be, but one of the main challenge is because as Caribbean people, we don't have confidence, or we lack confidence in the things that we produce. I'm hearing a background noise. Thank you. So there's a lack of confidence in the things that we produce in our own country. So that's why they had to implement the slogan that said, eat what you grow what you eat. Because in order for us to develop, a part of development is the productivity level within our country. Are we importing more than we export? Right? So if it is that as a country, we find a way to use up our own resources instead of importing things into our country, which means money is going out, then we find that we are developing other people's countries while our country suffers. So if it is that we had confidence in the things that we were producing, if we bought more of our own products, then it would help to develop our country much more. There are other contributing factors to development, but in regards to this question, lack of confidence in local products is considered a major factor or a major challenge in the development of the Caribbean. Am I clear?
Yes, so my explanation was somewhat correct then.
Yeah. Good. So you see why I say it's important for you to not just select answers. It's important for you to listen to the opinions of others and understand why you select these answers, right? Because it doesn't make any sense that you just select an answer because, oh, I've seen or heard somebody say that answer. It's important to analyze, critically assess why this answer is most suitable. We are on the same page? Are we on the same page, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
You're right.
What was that? That's D as in dog. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Question 27. I read off.
A major
Continue.
A major multinational oil corporation plans to set up drilling operations in the coastal waters of a country. The senior management will be mainly foreigners. Which of the following issues should be of concern to the country's government?
A, is it A?
The impact of drilling on the fisheries sector.
Yes. 28.
Which of the following outcomes result from globalization?
B, commercialization of cultures.
Exactly. 29.
Which of the following activities is an example of the mass media acting as an agent of socialization?
29, what's the answer?
B, advertising and running an advertisement on an upcoming cultural event.
Great. 30.
Social justice is mainly concerned with
equality among members of society.
Equity.
Yes. Yes. 31.
Which of the following objectives would not be a purpose for conducting research?
Mm-hmm.
To generate new knowledge.
Any other answer?
Is it Address A, to questions validate? about the world?
Which of the following objectives would not be a purpose for conducting research? Conducting research. What's the purpose of research? It can't be not to generate new knowledge.
C. Miss C, to address questions about the world.
It can be a purpose of research. If we want to know, for instance, why is it, let's go back to the questions of why males don't do as well as females, right? If we want to know, if there's been a question that says, why is it that females do better than males at the university level? We're going to conduct a research based on that question. So it would be a purpose for conducting the research. You have research questions. So the research question can be based on the fact that you want to gain new knowledge as to why is it that males don't do as well as females, and to address a question that society has always had on the top of their heads as to why females tend to do better in school than males. So we're through process of elimination, we know that to generate knowledge is one, a purpose can be a purpose of conducting a research. C can also be to address questions about the world. And so we're now stuck with A and D. Speak to me.
It would be D, to gather data to support the researcher's agenda.
Researcher's agenda, right?
Because then that would be a biased research.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Perfect. Excellent response. 32. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Can I go back to what?
Not be A, please.
What was that?
29, Miss.
29?
29.
Oh, well, you
Yes,
want me to
miss.
go back to 29? Yeah?
Yes, Miss. Could you explain why the answer is B and not A?
Showing a documentary on healthy eating habits, which of the following activities are an example of mass media acting as an agent of socialization? A, showing a documentary on healthy eating habits. B, running an advertisement on an upcoming cultural event. Or culture is a means of socialization, isn't it?
Yes,
what is
miss.
socialization? What is socialization, guys?
It is a process by which the norms and beliefs or cultural practices of a society is passed down by means of
Mm-hmm. So from generation to generation. So when you say, for instance, healthy eating habits through mass media is not considered as socialization. Why would you say it's healthy documentary on healthy eating habits is socialization? Confidently say why you say it. Mm-hmm.
Miss, we had a class debate on this before, and our teacher told us that the final answer was A, so that's why I'm asking for an explanation.
So when your teacher said it was A, did you do further research as to why you personally would think it's another answer? What is your personal view?
Miss, I say B.
Why you say B?
It's for the same explanation that you gave. Because of the meaning of socialization, B, I would think that B is more fitting.
Mm-hmm. So let's get this. Let's get this. Let me give you a small talk. It's 2:25. I know that we have confidence in the knowledge of our teachers, which you ought to have. They're the experts in the areas and whatever. What you should also have is the ability to do your own research, the ability to have your own opinion, and the ability to have your own explanation as to why you came to your conclusion, right? It is not just okay to say, because my teacher said. Because if there's no explanation as to why the teacher said A, as a student myself, if my teacher tells me, if I disagree with a teacher on an answer, I want to know why he or she selected A, and why is it that B, that which I have selected, is incorrect? Because, and then you say, the reason why I think B is correct is because the meaning of socialization is this, and that. I don't understand, however, how healthy eating habits intertwines with that of the agent of socialization, right? We're now going to come up on the season in August where we celebrate our independence, and you're going to see different mass medias showing ads and having cultural events through JCDC, Jamaica Festival Queen, and the singing competitions and whatever. Because this is the means through which, through social media, through television, through the newspaper, through magazines, that's the way in which we're going to pass down to generations what used to be the traditions. How would we have known how our parents were socialized had it not been through the documentaries that we watch on the cultural events, whether it be our grandmother, we see on the television, Ilan Gully Rider, where they show what the older people back then used to do and how we arrive at eating certain foods like blue draws and all these other things. We would not be exposed to them had it not been a situation where the mass media was acting as an agent of socialization. We would not have known that our national dish and all of these things were a part of our culture unless we saw it on television. Because some of us, in truth and in fact, we don't read. So it's on social media and it's through watching television and all of these things that we gain that knowledge, and it shows us how we are supposed to be socialized. So when we see August 6th come up and we're celebrating our independence, that's how we become proud and passionate about our country, because we have been exposed to what our foreparents had gone through, what our grandparents, great-grandparents, even our parents, how they were socialized. And that, in effect, models how we are socialized. Am I clear?
Yes, yes. She said something along the lines of, since eating healthy is one of the norms in our societies, she said that because it's a documentary, we would be more impacted by it than just merely seeing an advertisement.
How many of you in here watch documentaries?
Not me, unless it's related to something school. I'm often know, but
unless it's very interesting.
So
eating habits are really very interesting.
Eating healthy in Jamaica is not something that we practice. Why do you think recently we had the ad on the television for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, putting out the little girl who was showing the container with the bread and the sausage and whatever, and she's like, sugar, salt, this, that. We're not a healthy society, and that's an advertisement. Had it been a documentary, who's sitting down and watching a 1.5 hour, 45-minute documentary when I could watch a 30-second ad or a 1-minute ad that says the same thing that the documentary is saying?
And where it's like we don't even have the money to buy this certain type of food to stay healthy. It didn't really make no sense.
So running an advertisement on an upcoming, you're going to see when it's August 6th. Text me and let me know and show me, this is what we're doing. This is what TVJ is presenting. Jamaica Festival Queen, they're going to advertise it 2 weeks in advance before the actual date. Or they're going to show things that are going to go on, the cultural yards and all of these things, because that's a way through social, to mass media, to act as an agent of socialization, to show us that this is our culture, this is what we should be doing. And in turn, it impacts how we are socialized on a whole. So had it not been for mass media in the 21st century, unfortunately, I'm not sitting and watching documentaries. That's just not my thing. I'd prefer, over a 1.5 hour documentary, I'd prefer to look at TVJ and see the girl for the 30 seconds telling me not to eat sausage because it's full of so much salt, more than sitting and watching a black and white or some other thing for 1.5 hours sending the same message about. And who's sitting and watching healthy eating habits? Nobody just gets up and wants to be healthy. Oh my Lord, let's be real with ourselves. We prefer to eat burgers over a salad any day. We prefer KFC over a salad any day. So let's just face reality. If you go to Manor Park or you go to Halfway Tree, the Burger King and the KFC is packed and Subway is empty. So it's just our reality. So the answer...
The reality is we don't have the money. Some people really want to be healthy, but we just don't have the money to do it because all of the natural, good, healthy foods are basically high price and like very expensive, and the cheap food, them are the one who are kill we up, and then we have to go doctor and them have to go pay money. So the government basically are earning money from we because we are kill off ourselves because the rest of food them cheaper and all like healthy food them dear. So it don't make no sense.
True.
And that's just our reality.
We're done with the GMOs.
That's the reality.
Okay, so we'll stick to the answer B. I'm not debating the teacher. I don't mark cape, like I said, but I'm just talking facts, reality. This is my reality. I'm not watching a healthy documentary over some advertisement. It's just not happening.
Unless it's school related.
Unless it's school related, and even that, I'll probably pluck my eyes out before I sit watching a 1.5 hour. 30.
Miss, we're at 32.
When did we get back to? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Were we 32?
Yes.
We're at 32. And it's a repeated question. Problem. What's the answer for 30, guys?
Equity among members of society.
Yes. And it ties in with the rule of law. No one is above the rule. And that's just the basis on which social justice is built. Everybody is equal. Well, we want to say everybody is equal. That's what we say on the face of it. Sometimes not our reality, but on the face of it, our laws say that we are all equal, right? So 32.
The research process is systematic because it is structured so that it can be replicated.
Correct. 33.
Which of the following activities is involved in identifying the research problem?
33.
A.
Wait a minute. The hypothesizing wouldn't give you an answer before the whole process is over.
Predicted outcome.
So I think it's observing subjects.
Which of the following activities involved in identifying the research problem?
Miss, wouldn't observing subjects be a method of collecting data?
Yes, it would. You have to hypothesize. So, like for example, when they said that teenagers bleach their skin because they have low self-esteem, from there you would then identify. Yes, that would be the predicted outcome. But then from there you would identify.
Have you guys? I'm so sorry to be speaking above you. But have you guys ever done a literature review?
Yes.
But we did that after we made a hypothesis. Then we did a literature review. Then we observed our subject, and then after that we interpreted our data. So going I am choosing A.
No matter what I say, you're choosing A. Okay. The following activities is involved in identifying the research problem. It's A, guys. Okay, 34. 34.
It is true to say that the research objective is the same as the
For the
So
problem.
what the research is expected to achieve.
Yeah, D.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
D,
Yeah.
as in dog. 35.
Participant observation is viewed as a subjective method of data collection because
What is so what do they mean by subjective? Come on, guys, you guys have Google if you don't know.
The answer D.
As in dog?
Yeah.
Still going back to what is subjective.
Is there different outcomes or something like that? Like different
Research
opinions?
it. Subjective, please.
Based on or influenced by personal feelings, tastes, or opinion. So when we have wait, we look back on the question, you know. So within the
Go ahead.
The participant observation, the person conducting the research would be somewhat associated with the persons that they are observing. So they would be too closely to just somebody else take the baton.
No, we still want you to speak. Go ahead, Kimberly.
So they would be too closely associated with the persons. So I think that's what the answer is D.
Yes, it could be opinionated, right?
Bias.
Miss, but does the people that you're observing have to be in close association with you?
But we're using it based on the options that we have here. So if it can't be the fact that it's two. Let's use a process of elimination, right? It can't be A. Too much is reported, right? So if we're looking at the point that the participant observation is viewed as subjective, the major word to look at in this scenario, in this question, in this statement, is the fact that it's described as a subjective method. And that's why I begun I asked you at first, why is it, what's the meaning, of subjective? Why, when something described as being subjective, what does that mean? Because if it is that you establish in your mind what subjective is, then answering the question would be much easier. So that's why I asked, what is subjective? Tell me the meaning of subjective again.
So based on or influenced by personal feelings, taste, or opinion. Basically.
And there's no way you can have these personal feelings or opinions on something unless look at the responses and tell me the best response.
D.
I never heard that.
I said D.
As in dog, right?
Yeah.
Because if it is Kimberly, right? If it is that I'm doing a research and you're considered my subject that I have to observe, right? And I am talking to you every day, I'm around you every day, there's a possibility that my view on the research or the way I carry out the research or my observation will be based on how I've interacted with you, right? How I speak to you, whether our interaction was friendly, was there a blurred line between professionalism and the personal interactions, and it can be considered in some instances bias and opinionated. So it's sometimes not based on what's always on paper, but it is also based on how I've interacted with Kimberly. That's what I'm basing my observation on. If Kimberly always eats Burger King every day, my opinion is that Kimberly is going to get fatter because that's what I see her eating every day, right? And so based on my observation, that's what I'm going to put in my research. The participant observation is that based on the fact that she does this, Hence, the result will be this. Am I clear?
Yes, you are.
Putting you out there, Kimberly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, 36, guys.
Which of the following procedures is not a probability method of sampling?
Repeated question.
Purposive.
Yes. 37.
Dr. Goodwin told her students that while conducting their research, they should think about how the data will be collected and the impact that data collection is likely to have on their responses. To what research concept was Dr. Goodwin referring?
Yes.
Yeah, in
Ethics.
research.
Ethics in research. 38.
Which of the following outcomes is not an advantage of using a questionnaire as a data collection instrument?
Let me hear the answer.
D. It is flexible as additional information can be obtained from respondents.
Yes. 30. 39.
Why is it important to clarify a research problem in the initial stage of the research process?
Response.
B as in boy.
I think it's
for conducting an investigation.
I'm hearing two responses, B as in boy and D as in dog. What's the answer? The answer? I'm hearing two responses, B as in boy, D as in dog. What's the answer? Silence. I'm hearing crickets at this point.
I am sticking with B as in boy.
And you're sticking with D? Who is that soft saying I'm sticking with D? What's the final answer, guys? Read the question again if you must.
B as in boy, to provide the basis for conducting an empirical investigation.
Okay, I agree with you. But somebody said D, so I want to know where they're at, why they selected D and not B as in boy. I guess a person came on board to B. Am I to understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on, 40.
Which of the following statements satisfies the criteria for a hypothesis?
The rise in D as in dog.
Yes, miss. Wait.
Is there a different answer that you want to offer?
No. No, miss.
Okay. 41.
In collecting data for her research project, Michelle organizes a discussion for selected students from her school to get their opinions. What data collecting method is it? Focus group.
Yeah.
Yes. 42.
Researchers in the consistency of their research, the results are concerned with
liability.
Yeah.
Yes. 43.
Which of the following factors is of least importance when finding a research problem?
Feasibility.
Sample size.
Yeah.
Sample size.
Sample size. 44.
John was asked to research the reasons persons chose the police force as a career. He chose to use the stratified sampling method. What is the main disadvantage of using this method for this research? Members of the population do not have an independent chance of selection. D as in dog.
Good. 45.
Raleigh thinks that the results from his research could be affected by the size of the sample. In what section of his research report should he explain this?
A, limitation.
Limitations.
Great. Okay. Let me put up the answers.
So I wanted to ask this question because, as I said, my teacher, as a lot of students said, their teachers gave them different answers from what was presented. So in regards to 2017, I believe it was question, let me look back. It was question 12 about the woman being the head of the household, and she selected matriarchal when the students were saying matrifocal, and it was like,
remember, sorry to cut you, but remember that in the question it says center of the household, so it had to be matrifocal, because matrifocal is the mother being the center of the house, so she can be the center, and then matriarchal means that she's the head, but she's not the center of the household. So you have to.
Okay, that is the explanation that we as the students gave to her, but she still held on to her explanation. So what I am asking is that someone, or preferably Miss, send me a note because she is giving a prize of a prize to the person who got her wrong. So I'm investigating.
Prove her what? Let me go back to the question. Because for some reason when you guys explained that a while ago, I just think that I'm not convinced of the answer myself. Let me try to find it. Matrifocal. What the hell?
27.
Anybody knows the number? That couldn't let me get there.
In question 12.
Just an advice to you, I think you can use Google definitions to prove her wrong to win your prize.
That is exactly what we did, but she was still not convinced.
Caribbean, okay.
Wait. When we are given an answer, similar to what Miss is doing, if we select a wrong answer, so for example, we say the answer is A. If we select A, we have to explain to her why the answer is not B, C, and D, and that is how we operate as a class. So while giving her or explanation, she was like, not that. So
okay, I'm going to burst a lot of bubbles right here. And I'm going to accept, having read the question again, Caribbean families in which the mother is a center of the household is referred to as. We all know it can't be matrimonial because that has nothing to do with the mother. It is matriarchal because, let me tell you why. Matrifocal is when the mother is considered the head in society. It says based on the mother as the head of the family or household. But let's also look at matriarchal. I remember when I was doing this question as well, there was a huge debate around it. And matriarchal, it says relating to or denoting a form of social organization in which the woman is the head. So it's, but this says mother, right? Not just a woman, right? Matriarchal is when a woman is at the head of a society on a whole. In the Caribbean, we have a patriarchal system, right? Where the father is considered the head in society, whether it is in whatever it may be, the father is considered, or the male is considered to be the head. And that's coming from a Christian point of view, right? But in a family, Matrifocal is when the woman is at the center of the house, or she's at the head of the family. We're all clear? So if you want to win your prize, my dear, one speaks to society as a whole. She doesn't have to be a mother. It's just a woman at the head of the household. And matrifocal is when it's centered around, the family is centered around the woman. Am I clear?
Okay, miss.
So you understand?
Yes.
Explain to me why it is that answer.
Okay, so in regards to matrilocal, you said that it is centered around the family.
Matrifocal.
Yeah. It is centered around the family. What did the question ask again?
Let me read it for you. Caribbean families in which the mother is the center of the household are referred to as A, matrifocal, B, matriarchal, C, matrimonial, miscegenation.
Wait. No, I'm not getting it. Honestly, reading back over the question, matrifocal is still the answer in my eye. Even though
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing that it is still the answer. So that's what I'm saying is that matriarchal is when the woman, it doesn't state that she has to be a mother. Matriarchal is when a woman is the head of the society on a whole, right? Matrifocal, and in the word, in matrifocal, you'll see where it's a focal, which comes on the word focus, she's a center of the household. You get what I'm saying? Yes, matriarchal, the woman controls the society, so what she says goes. But matrifocal, the woman, the mother, is the head or center of the household. Am I clear?
Can I make an example? Correct me if I'm wrong. Would that matriarchal be when we have the first female prime minister of Jamaica? She's a woman, but she's not a mother, and she is the leader of the country. So would that be an example of matriarchal?
The Caribbean is seen to be a patriarchal society, where it is said that because we center or focus or our laws are based on the Christianity, well, we are said to be a Christian society, the man is considered the head in every regard, right? And so that's what they call patriarchal. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it is when the prime minister doesn't have children or whatever and she's ahead in leadership or whatever. But say for instance, you have a family where it is tradition that whether or not a man exists in the household, the woman is seen to be the center of it. She's the one who brings the family together. She's the one who everybody looks to for guidance, for love, for attention, for everything. She's a focus of our household, right?
Where matriarchal, so where matriarchal is concerned, it is where woman is seen as the ideal or the leader of.
I never heard that question. Repeat it again, Kimberly.
All right. So where matriarchal is concerned, it is seen as the ideal leader within society.
Yes, she's a leader within the society, which is not something that exists in the Caribbean. So even though we have households where the woman is a single mother, whatever, it is seen that once there's a man that exists in the household, and that's why you find that when there's a man and the father dies, the older son thinks he has a right to take over responsibility and rule everybody, because it is seen in our society as the man should be the head of the household.
All right, so the giveaway for the question, would be the part where it says the family.
And society.
Okay.
Right? Okay. No problem. Let me know how that goes. Okay, we're moving on to another paper. I think this paper is 26.
You said you were going to show the answer.
2018.
I'm so sorry. What was that?
The answers for 2018.
Okay, no problem, kiddos. Oh, let's see what's going on here. Oh, sorry, guys. My slide just wants to end. Stop sharing with you guys, I guess. Okay, there you go.
So those who didn't get us that I can send the screenshots in the group.
We got that?
Yes, ma'am.
2:56. We have a few papers to go before we end, so let's try to get them out the way. We'll only explain where explanation is needed, where I believe explanation is needed. Okay. Go ahead, read.
Which of the following
Sorry. Miss, which year is it?
2016.
Okay.
Which of the following best describes a historical feature of the Caribbean? Enslavement.
Perfect. Next.
One significant achievement.
Go ahead.
Of adult suffrage in Caribbean societies is...
Repeated question. Answer.
Democratic reform.
Decolonization.
Wait, it means it cannot be decolonization because the previous question asked which of the following is not, and this is asking which one.
It's called enfranchisement. It's D. D as in dog. My apologies. Number 3, if there are no objections.
Which of the following best describes the near extermination of the indigenous population caused by European exploration and settlement in the Caribbean region? Genocide.
Good. Next.
Which of the following weather systems is likely to affect the Caribbean during period June to November? Hurricane.
Good. Which is, we're on our watch for that. No. 5.
Oceans and landforms are found on the subterranean feature of the Earth's crust called plate tectonics.
6. Wait a minute. Give me a second.
Wait, miss, isn't...
Wait a minute. Oceans and landforms are found on the subterranean feature of the Earth's crust called the plate. It's the plate.
Oh, yes.
B. Okay. 6.
Which of the following family types was introduced by to the Caribbean by Indians? Extended.
Good. 7.
Which of the following festival is celebrated in Toronto? Caribana.
Good. 8.
Which of the following Caribbean culinary practices are influenced by the indigenous people? 1, use of casserie. 2, use of salted fish. 3, dishes made with maize. 1 and 3.
B. 9.
Which of the following sports was used by the white planter class to demonstrate moral and racial superiority over their black subjects? A. Cricket.
10.
Which of the following countries is located outside the Caribbean Sea? Barbados.
Good. 11.
Garveyism, which occurred in the 20th century, is an example of cultural
renewal.
12.
Which of the following aspects of Caribbean culture is least threatened by cultural erosion?
Driving
habits.
13.
Mr. Polygon has been advised by the Agricultural Agency that he needs to minimize soil erosion. Which of the following methods should he use? Crop rotation.
14.
Which of the following methods
used by Caribbean people to challenge European domination during the 15th century? Michael Everett resistance.
15.
Julia migrated to the United States, where she works and sends money to her mother, who takes care of her children. This money is known as
remittance.
16.
The age of dependency ratio, RDR, is best defined as the
Come on, guys.
The ratio of young men. Oh wait, wrong that.
Is it A, ratio of dependent working age population?
17.
Which of the following types of development seeks to promote future generations? D, sustainable.
18.
Which of the following indices is not a measure of human development?
GNP.
Good. 19.
Which of the following
promote the development of a country? B as in boy.
20.
Which of the following organizations aim to regulate trade amongst countries? WTO,
World Trade
Organization.
World Trade Organizations. Okay.
Which of the following actions demonstrate gender inequality? I, fathers are denied paternity.
All of the above.
21.
Oh my God, that's crime. Anyways.
All of the above.
Moving on.
B as in boy. And
hey, me well and pan one, me well and pan already. All
of the above.
Me well and pan, me well and pan, and it's
Hey. Let's get it under control. For those persons who select 1, 2, and 3, the Lord be with you. For the persons who selected B, the Lord be with you. 22.
Which of the following is considered an element of good governance? C, rule of law.
23.
Soil erosion in the Caribbean is caused by
monocropping.
24.
On which of the following was Sir Arthur Lewis' theory? Industrialization by invitation based. Direct foreign investment.
Good. 25.
The mafia in the Caribbean is seen as from cultural imperialism
because of 1 and 2.
Yes. Go ahead. 26.
Which of the following is not an achievement of the OECS? A central
government.
27.
The action of government diverting money in their disaster relief to other projects may be considered
nepotism.
Corruption.
What is nepotism?
The practice among those with power to influence. Oh shoot! I'm sorry, guys.
Love that you can take correction. It's 20. 27 is C. 28.
Early 19th century writings from an
indigenous perspective serves to
reject the notion held by
Europeans that early inhabitants did not have a history.
Good.
There's in dog.
Okay. 29.
Pan-Africanism glorifies the past of Africans and instills pride in African values as an
unify Africa,
Yep.
regenerate Africa, bring glory, all of the above.
Okay. 30.
In its
manifesto, a political party promised to improve citizens' welfare and ensure equal access to resources. Which of the following best describes what the party is promoting?
Social justice.
Perfect. 31. Where's the
Which
choir
of
for
the following
reading?
would not be a purpose for conducting to gather data that supports the researcher's agenda?
Good. 32.
Reliability in research refers to gathering similar results after repeating trials.
33.
An accessible population consists of
those members
of
of
the target population who can be reached by the investigator. D.
Answer?
D.
D as in dog.
Good. 34.
Which of the following
Which
is
of the
not a
following
characteristic of the research process? D as in dog.
35.
A hypothesis may be described as a prediction of the outcome.
The outcome, C.
36.
In research, the process of identifying a problem to be investigated involves
formulating a topic
to make it feasible.
D as in dog.
37.
Why is it important to clarify a research problem in the initial stage of the process? To provide the basis for conducting an empirical investigation.
Oh, mercy.
D as in dog.
What did I do? I'm sorry, guys. My apologies. Okay. Where are we? 38. 38, guys. 38. 38.
Teenagers who bleach their skin have low self-esteem. Which of the following accurately describes the statement? A hypothesis.
39.
A researcher wants to conduct a qualitative study on traditional dances that are no longer practiced. Which of the following data sources would be useful? Video footage, oral historians.
1 and
3.
40.
Which of the following data collection methods is most suitable for gathering data for quantitative research? B.
Questionnaire.
Yep. 41.
In collecting data for her research project, Michelle organizes a discussion for selected students from her school to get their opinions. What data collection method is she using?
Focus group. A. 42.
Which of the following methods may be used in a quantitative survey? Questionnaire. B.
43. Did we see this question already?
Yes,
no.
It's there.
44, yeah, 44 already.
43.
Which of the following is of least importance when refining a research problem? Sample size.
44.
The findings from an investigation which uses focus group discussions to gather data are best presented in the form of A. Ravi thinks that the results from research could be affected by the size of the sample. In what section of his research report should he explain this? Limitations
and recommendations.
C.
Good. So that's, let me show you guys the answers. You guys did very well. Very well. Oh, mercy, that's not it, right? There you go. You guys got it?
Yes, miss.
Yes. Okay. You guys did well. You guys did well. Okay, so we're going to move on to I literally just saw the paper that I did for CAPE. So 2019, or let's do an older year. So because these papers are actually, they have the answers, which is we're going to be looking at 2015. They actually have the answers. So would you guys prefer that I read them to you so that you guys don't cheat yourself, or would you want me to just, because you're going to get the answers anyway, that we just go through them even though the answers are there? Because they're still going to be
Go through them even though the answers are there.
I know you guys would say that. Yes, darling, go ahead.
Be available on YouTube.
I heard that there were some technical difficulties. I don't know if they were resolved, but I think somebody will let you know by the end of the session.
Because I might have to leave.
Okay.
I could leave and join.
Can the answer sheet be sent in the WhatsApp group, please?
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to share it. We're still going through the questions, guys. But you guys will probably have it a little easier. I don't know if it's easier, but whatever. If you still have issues, then let's go. Let's start reading question 1. Let's go. Question 1, guys.
Which of the following groups contains
Excuse me, miss, which year is it?
This is 2015. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Which of the following groups contains islands which are not located in the Caribbean Sea?
So by process of elimination, we know that Cuba, we're going to use Cuba and Jamaica as the basis of the Caribbean for this question. We know that Cuba and Jamaica are definitely located inside the Caribbean, located in the Caribbean Sea, right? So by process of elimination and knowing that fact, we know that it cannot be A, because Cuba and Jamaica, they're also in the answer with Bermuda, right? We know it cannot be B because the Bahamas, no, we know that Jamaica is there, but we also know that the Bahamas and Bermuda are not located inside the Caribbean Sea. It cannot be C because Cuba is there. So by process of elimination, we know that A, B, and C, they have to be eliminated because they include islands or countries that are located inside the Caribbean Sea. So it has to be D, the Bahamas, Bermuda, Turks and Caicos. Okay? Is that clear? The messages are blowing up.
Yes, miss.
Okay, question 2, guys. Repeated questions. We're going to be seeing a lot of repeated questions. So go ahead. 2.
Which of the following Amerindian groups settled in Central America in pre-Columbian times?
What we know about that? Which group settled here in the pre-Columbian, in Central America, in pre-Columbian time?
The Mayas.
Okay. Speak confidently, like these are repeated questions. We should be going through these quickly because they're repeated questions. 3.
A society may best be described as a
I'm hearing a background noise. I don't think it is a background noise that I'm having a problem with. I'm having a problem with the fact that I'm getting silence and I'm starting to hear crickets. And this is not the time for there to be silence. No, you guys were doing very well. So let's continue down that path. What is 3? 3 is a repeated question. And in 2015 paper, you're going to be seeing a lot of questions that are repeated. And you guys know the answers. And because you guys know the answers, or because I know you know the answers, I expect to get speedy answers or quick responses. So let's go. A society may be best described as a
collection of people living in the same area.
Good. Which of the following best describes the near extermination of the indigenous population caused by the European exploration and settlement in the Caribbean region?
Genocide.
Genocide.
Good. The term culture may be best defined as 1, the way of life of a people, the artistic and literary creation, 3, norms and values.
All of them.
Good. Repeated question again. The caste system has been called a closed system of social stratification because 1, membership is through birth, 2, members within the caste are expected to interact, 3, members within the caste are expected to intermarry. Not a repeated question. I know it's the first time you're seeing it, but what is a caste system? We spoke about the caste system and we were talking about social stratification a few questions ago. So what is a caste system, and how do you move up, or is there any social mobility that exists within social mobility?
There's no social mobility.
Okay, so it has to be, in order for you to be a part of sorry, my brain. Be a part of a particular class, you have to become a member through birth. You must be born into that class, right? Whether the upper class, lower class, middle class, you have to be born into that class. The members of that particular class are expected to interact. Outside interaction is not allowed. Members within the caste are expected to intermarry. You must marry somebody within the caste, within the class in which you were born into. So it has to be 1, 2, and 3, right? There's no social mobility that exists within the caste system. It's a very rigid system, and so it doesn't provide for any upward social mobility, right? 7, the movements that impact and influence the Earth's surface are also known as, yes, go ahead.
Can we go back to question 6 for a bit, please? When they say members within the caste system are expected to intermarry, my teacher was saying that when they use the term intermarry, they're talking in the different social groups, like the noble or the upper class and the lower class, you aren't expected to marry.
But intermarry would mean.
So what is your question? What is your question? Wait a minute, darling. What's the question?
The question I'm asking is if 3 should be included in the answer.
It says the caste system has been a closed system of social stratification because you cannot, if you are located in the upper class, you cannot marry somebody who is in the lower class.
That's what I was saying.
So, but why is it that you're saying that 3 should not be involved? It's a part of why it's a closed system. You have to marry within your own class. So is it that you were contributing to the fact that 3 was supposed to be in it, or were you saying that 3 should not be a part of it?
I was saying that 3 should be in it, but I was just contesting what my teacher said. And I
Oh.
wanted to make sure that I heard the correct answer from you guys.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, and 3 because you are not, you cannot within the caste system. Because if we're going to say that social mobility does not exist, if you marry somebody, if an upper class female marries a man, well, it's not normally that way, but if a upper class man decides that he wants to marry a lower class woman, then she would be up, moving up the social ladder through marriage, right? So, and because there exists no social mobility within the caste system, you have to marry within your class. The lower class marry lower class, the middle class marry the middle class, the upper class marry the upper class, right? So that's the basis on which the answer was given. 7. A reader, please. I read it, but let's.
The movements that impact and influence the Earth's surface are also known as plate tectonics.
Good.
B.
Yes. Next.
The term Creole has been used to refer to 1. a language, 2. a white person born in the Caribbean, 3. enslaved persons born in the Caribbean.
What is it? Good. 9.
Mr. Polygon has been advised by the agricultural agency in his country that the best farming technique for him to use on his land is soil conservation. Which of the following methods of conservation should he practice?
And so, don't be thrown off because you see another answer added to it. What's the answer for 9?
Crop rotation.
Okay.
Crop rotation.
I know that the moment you guys saw crop rotation and diversification, it's a big issue. Don't focus on that. Diversification, crop rotation, it can be used. 18.
Miss, what is considered diversification?
Just planting different type of crops on the same plot of land. So instead of just planting,
it's basically the same thing.
Instead of just planting yam, you plant yam, cocoa, pumpkin, everything on the same land, right? 18.
Which of the following factors can hinder development?
Bridget classification.
19.
Number 10 and so.
Am I supposed to be hearing that conversation? Gordon?
Just number 9.
You want me to go back to number 9?
11, yeah.
Miss, you skipped that page, I think.
I'm saying that we do the number 10 from 10 to
guys,
17.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Number 10.
Which of the following is not regarded as a typical family type in the Caribbean? In vitro.
Anybody know what that is?
No, miss.
What is in vitro? It has become a popular practice among celebrities or rich people, as you guys would want to put it.
Miss, would that be like surrogacy or something like that? Not sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Kinda, not so kinda. But what is it? What is in vitro fertilization?
This is a process of fertilization where an egg is combined with sperm outside of the body.
And implanted inside of the
ovary. Miss, is it like sperm donation?
Problem. It's basically what you just said, as she rightly said. It's fertilized outside of the woman's body and implanted inside of her. It normally happens when a woman cannot get pregnant naturally.
Kim Kardashian.
Well, I don't know. Listen, we're not going down that road. I don't know. Okay, 11.
Which of the following family types was introduced to the Caribbean by the East Indians? Joint household.
I'm proud of you guys. I thought you guys would pause. 12.
Which of the following Caribbean culinary practices did indigenous people influence? Use of Yeah.
What's it?
Which of the following state?
1 and 3.
We use maize in the Caribbean?
Yes, miss.
What we use maize to make? What is maize?
It's
corn.
So we don't use codfish?
Yes, miss. But
yeah, but
it's
codfish was brought by the Europeans and not the indigenous people.
Just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure. Don't have to eat my head off. 13.
Which of the following statements does not apply to the Notting Hill Carnival?
New question. Let me see the pause right now. Where's Notting Hill? Where's
Miss
Notting Hill?
London. You would miss somewhere.
And a Trinidad, miss? Trinidad. No, sorry. Me no know.
Miss in England.
Give me a second.
Miss, by process of elimination, the answer is A.
You big up yourself. Listen. Notting Hill is in England, right?
England, miss.
It's England, right? So it says which of the following statement does not apply to the Notting Hill Carnival? It is held in Leeds, right? 14. Repeated question. Let's go through this quickly.
Which of the following sports was used by the White Panther class to demonstrate moral and racial superiority over their black subjects? B, cricket.
15.
Julia migrated to the United States where she works and sends money to her mother who takes care of her children. This money is known as C, remittance.
16.
Which of the following types of development seeks to protect future generations worldwide? D, sustainable.
17.
Which of the following indices are measures of human development? 1 and 2 only.
26. Am I supposed to be going to that's not 26. Sorry, guys. Mercy. This thing is set up differently. Where am I? I am actually at 18. Okay, so we're here. I hear you laughing at me now. 18.
Which of the following factors can hinder development?
Yeah.
Graded class stratification.
19.
Gender inequality is a factor that hinders development. Which of the following actions results in gender inequality?
Background noise.
1 and 3.
Okay. 20. 20.
ICT is a driving force behind changes in industry. What does ICT mean in this
What does ICT mean, guys?
Information and communication technologies.
21. 21.
In which year was the World Trade Organization formed? D.
1995.
Did you guys know that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. It was formed the 1st of January 1995. 22.
Which of the following gives the correct order of progression to Caribbean integration? Federation, CARIFTA, CARICOM.
23.
The Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, is a recognized sub-regional grouping within CARICOM. The members of the OECS share more achievements among themselves than their Caribbean partners, CARICOM partners. Which of the following is not a common achievement of the OECD?
Mercy.
Government.
Was that? Oh, ooh. Government. 24.
Which of the following Caribbean countries won its first Olympic medal at the 2012 Summer Olympics Games in London?
I didn't know this.
It's good to know. Grenada. 25.
Sport contributes.
Go ahead.
Sport contributes to Caribbean societies by 1, generating income, 2, promoting healthy lifestyles, and 3, helping to develop Caribbean identity. All of the above.
Good. $26. Go ahead.
Which of the following individuals contributed to the Negritude movement? 1, Frantz Fanon, Leopold Senghor, and Victor, whatever that is.
Who did it? A. Let's go. What's it? What's it, guys? Come on.
I know that Leopold is in it. I don't know.
I also know that one is in it too. We know of Victor being involved.
I need to go read.
So we don't know anything about the Negritude movement. Is that what we're getting here? All right, there's no answer there either.
I don't know anything about it.
1 and 2. 27.
The term indigenous perspectives.
The answer was A?
Yeah, A.
And who were the first two?
Oh, you want me to go back? Okay.
Yes, please. I know the Leopold was in it, but I don't know the second person.
Do some reading up on it, guys. 27.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. 27.
The term indigenous perspectives was coined by West Indian scholars in the early 19th century to
reject the notion held by Europeans that indigenous were decoy and buffer.
Okay, 28.
The mass media in the Caribbean is seen as promoting cultural imperialism because of 1 and 2.
Go ahead.
Individuals who are refused employment because they live in the ghetto are discriminated against based on their class.
30.
In its manifesto, a political party promised to pursue a harmonious relationship among all classes of society and the guarantee of equal social and economic opportunities for all citizens.
Sorry. Yes, what's the answer?
Social justice.
Okay, moving on.
Reliability in research means
getting similar results after repeating trials.
Yes, moving on.
The research process is systematic because it is conducted in a structured way.
That it can be replicated. D.
Yes, go ahead.
A hypothesis
may be described as a prediction of an outcome. C.
Yes.
The The process of identifying a problem to investigate involves
B, reformulating a topic to make it researchable.
Yes. 35.
a research method that presents findings using numeric data and applies deductive logic in its explanations is consistent with.
Yes. What's that? Systematic inquiry, guys. 36. 36.
Teenagers who bleach their skin have low self-esteem. This statement is an example of a hypothesis.
Okay, 37.
Hypothesis. Which of the following criteria are used for evaluating information from websites? Content and
so 2 and 3.
Which of the following criteria are
38.
Miss, what letter was 37?
You want me to?
Yes, Miss, please.
C. 37 is C. No problem. 38.
A researcher wants to conduct a survey in a rural community on traditional dances that are no longer practiced. Which of the following would be the best source from which to collect data? Oral historian.
Good. 39.
Which of the following methods may be used in a quantitative survey questionnaire?
40.
Miss Joseph was conducting a study on the characteristics of all barrel children in the third form. She included all third form students rather than choosing a sample. This is an attempt to gather information on a target population.
Good. 41.
The findings
Go ahead.
The findings from an investigation which uses focus group discussions are best presented as text.
. 42.
Which of the following should have been included?
Problem statement. How have remittances contributed to the development of country Y? Results and conclusions. Citizens from the rural areas of country Y were interviewed. They stated that remittances have contributed positively to the development of the country. Which of the following should have been included in the conclusion of the research?
Limitations, B.
43.
Which of the following is not essential when referencing research work? Paragraphs in text.
Good. 44.
Mr. White conducted an interview with a group of persons infected with HIV/AIDS. Which principle of research would not influence presentation of data?
What's that? Read the question again.
Mr. White conducted an interview with a group of persons infected with HIV/AIDS. Which principle of research would not influence presentation of the data?
Let's do process of elimination since we're not getting at a response quickly enough. Respect for privacy based on this, how sensitive the topic is, or the research is, it has to respect privacy. It has to be done with the interviewer's consent. The integrity of the research is very important. In every research, the integrity of the research is very important. With regard to a sensitive topic such as HIV and AIDS and persons infected by these STDs. It is important, again, to respect the privacy of the individuals being researched and to have the consent of the interviewees. The persons who are being interviewed, you should have their consent. And again, the integrity of the research is very important. So what would not influence presentation of data is the reliability of the instrument. Good? Are we clear?
Yes.
45.
The act of plagiarism is unethical in research because 1, it is a criminal act. 2, the findings will be held as invalid. 3, the findings will be held as reliable.
One and only.
One what?
One and
two only.
Okay, I thought I heard one only. Okay, that's the end of 25.
2015.
2015. Wow, jeez, I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. 2015. We're moving on to 2014. Do I need to show you the answers?
No, miss.
Okay, we can just move on. Okay. 2016, did I not have? Let me stop sharing so you guys don't see all of my business. Let's see, 2015, 2016, this 2014 specimen paper. Okay. Give me a sec, guys. Don't look at the responses, answer the questions because they're not all correct. These persons just don't. Just focus on what you think is correct. All right, let's go. 2014. The mic is unmuted and it's disruptive, guys. Estelle, thank you there. Number 1, repeated question. Let's go.
Which American group settled in Central America in pre-Columbian times? A, Maya.
2.
Which of the following is not a characteristic of Caribbean society?
C.
Let's do C. Why C?
It's because all the others are characteristics of Caribbean society.
So you did process of elimination.
Yeah.
But why C? What is cultural homogeneity? This is what I tell you guys I don't want you to do. It's good, like I said,
because cultural homogeneity would mean 1 and the Caribbean society is out of many.
Jamaica is out of many 1 people, but I get what you're saying. The Caribbean has different cultures. Every Caribbean country has its own culture. What this is saying, cultural homogeneity, is saying that every Caribbean culture has the same culture. Is the same culture. We have things that are very similar in our countries, but we all in the Caribbean have different cultures. What may be acceptable here may not be in Jamaica, may not be acceptable in Barbados. What may be acceptable in Barbados may not be accepted in Trinidad. So we have different cultures, right? 3.
The practice of using indigenous labor in the Caribbean in exchange for conversion to Christianity is referred to as
The encomienda system. Or encomienda.
Good. 4.
Which of the following is not a method of preventing soil erosion?
B, deforestation.
5.
Which of the following is an indigenous Caribbean art form? Reggae.
6.
Which of the following is an example of material culture? Food. A.
Good. 7.
Social structures, groups, and institutions work together towards achieving social stability and ensuring that the collective will of the members of society is achieved. This statement best summarizes which view of society?
Functionalist.
D.
Yes. 8.
Eurocentric ideals of society are best reflected in the ideology of.
Can't be Hinduism, it's not Garveyism, it's not Rastafarianism. It must be functionalism. Process of elimination, guys. Are we clear? What does Garveyism promote?
Cultural.
The African culture, not Eurocentric. Rastas, Africa mixed with their ideals. Hinduism, the Indian culture and all as it relates to their religious views. But functionalism is mainly focused, ideas are focused mainly on the Eurocentric viewpoint. 9.
Creolization is a function of Caribbean society mainly because. B. Merging of cultures to retain identity.
Good. 10.
Mulattoes formed the middle layer of plantation society mainly because they had B. European fathers.
Good. 11.
Which of the following is the best example of cultural retention?
Hammocks in the port.
For relaxation, right? That's a whole new culture brought to the Caribbean, right? 12. We're seeing a lot of new questions here. 12.
The Declaration of Emancipation Day on the 1st of August as a public holiday by several Caribbean countries is an attempt at.
I'm sorry, my dear.
Miss,
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, we can move on.
Oh, okay. 12. Repeat that again. My apologies for scrolling.
The Declaration of Emancipation Day on the 1st of August as a public holiday by several Caribbean countries is an attempt at cultural.
Retention.
Yeah, retention.
13.
The presence of Indian dishes like roti and doubles in Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana that are not found in India is most likely evidence of.
Realization.
Good. Why is it so? Why is it so, guys? Why some dishes that may be found in India may not be found, that may be found in Trinidad, even though they have a lot of Indians who live there, why it may not be found in India? In simply,
changes have been made over time.
That too, and the fact that you put your twist on the things, on different things. It doesn't mean that you're going to just stick to one thing because you have a lot of people from a particular place living in a particular country. They're going to put their own twist on whatever they want to make it a part of their culture, make it unique to them as a people, right? So let me give an example, or try to give an example. even though we are considered, or Jamaica is considered to have a lot of African descendants who live here, we don't have a lot of food that are in Africa. Right? I don't know if you guys have seen this new trend that is going around on YouTube and TikTok about this thing that I think it's fufu something. I don't know what it's actually called, but it's this thing that
the African thing.
Yeah. Even though we have a lot of African descendants living in Jamaica and we are considered to be of African descent, we don't have a lot of African dishes here. But it doesn't take away from the fact that we are still considered African descendants. It's just the process of creolization. Right? Creolization, it happens. They add a twist to things, and that's just how the culture goes. Things are unique to particular places in the world. So roti may not exist in India. In India, they have this thing called naan. That's their thing, and naan is like roti. But naan exists in India, but roti probably doesn't, right? And so roti is like the Trini version of naan, which is in India. Everybody understand?
Yes, ma'am.
14.
Every year after Carnival celebrations in Trinidad and Tobago, Mike and Tony take some of his local band members to participate in Notting Hill, Caribana, and Labor Day festives. Mr. Anthony's actions are a good example of the influence of local culture and the diaspora.
Good. 15.
Marxists regard religion as the opiate of the people because it allows exploitation of the poor with rewards promised in the afterlife.
What is opiate, guys?
It drugs the people.
Yes, and it gives you a high. So it's like the Marxists claim that this reward of us going to heaven is just this high that the classes want to give us to believe that there is some award or reward for us in the afterlife. So the persons who are considered poor now,
when they stay poor and satisfied, because when you go to heaven, you're going to get everything that you want.
The house and the whatever that is described in the Bible. So the Marxists don't believe that that is so. He believes that's something that the rich people within our society tell us for us to stay where we are, right? If you're poor, just give the poor people this to exploit them into believing that they have something to look forward to. So they should not make any efforts to be anything else than poor because of this reward. So the Marxists believe it's a way of holding poor people back and enhancing the views of the economists and the people who are within society who are actually making money. So to keep money within their class, you tell them through religion, you preach this through religion, especially Christianity, that even if you're poor now, you have riches and glory in the afterlife, right? So that's what he's describing when he defines religion in his work, or his work. 16, guys.
The movement started by that name, which focused on Black consciousness and pride, was referred to as benegritude.
Good. 17.
The Gini index is used to measure
inequality.
Good. 18.
Which of the following is not a feature of globalization? Protectionism.
19.
The concept of Black consciousness was first popularized in the Caribbean by
Marcus Garvey.
20.
Which of the following is an indicator used to compare the distribution of wealth within a population?
A.
21.
The person primarily associated with industrialization by invitation in the Caribbean is
Sir Arthur Lewis. C.
Good. 22.
Acknowledging that people of the same ethnic group face similar problems is a main impact of
B.
What? Read the question again. 22. Read it again.
Acknowledging that people of the same ethnic group face similar problems is a main impact of by process of elimination. It can't be D. It can't be B.
Yes.
So C.
B and D is out of it. Yes, it's Pan-Africanism. 23.
Sustainable tourism cannot be encouraged by utilizing
D,
the coastline for the building of hotels.
24. Let me see if I actually went down right. Good. So, yeah. 24.
Caribbean feminists are interested in engendering Caribbean history in order to
oppose the traditional male-dominated roles in history. 25.
Industrialization by invitation was intended to benefit the Caribbean region in which of the following ways? 1. Transferring managerial and technical skills to Caribbean people. 2. Providing a cheap labor force by foreign investors. And 3. Diversifying the mainly agricultural-based economies.
What's the answer? It's 1 and 3, guys.
1 and
B.
3.
B, good. 26.
Research
objectives are important because they
Yes.
D.
What was that?
D. Dog.
I've never heard that. I'm sorry.
She said D as in dog.
D as in dog. The research objectives are important because they guide and the researcher in developing relevant research questions. The answer is C. Indicate the sources of information relevant to the study. Right? Anybody disagree?
Miss, wouldn't that be reference?
Pardon?
No. I was thinking that it was reference because it's a source of information.
Indicate the sources of information relevant to the study. So with a research objective, you know that those are the pointers as to sort of guide the researcher as to the realms in which he should stay, right? So it kind of indicates that if it is that you're looking at teenage pregnancy, you need to pull from sources like the hospitals, maybe. You want to get their data as to how many teenagers were pregnant in the past 2 years as reported cases. What are the main what do they call it now? Contributing factor to teenage pregnancy, you probably want to look at the family and stuff like that. So it kind of points you it directs you into it points you into directions that you should go, so that you're not all over the place in your research. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, miss.
So with the objectives, there's already a research question, and based on the research question, you get your objectives. That's not how you guys do your SBA. You have to have a research question first. How are you going to get objectives if you don't know what you're researching? Hello?
That's true. We have to get the questions first.
So you get your research question, and then you plan, from your research question, you narrow down your objectives. It's normally 4 objectives, and for your SBA, it's probably 4 or 5. I don't quite remember, but it's along those lines. And then you find, through your objectives, you find a way now where it points you into direction as to where you should be going with the resources or the sources of information that you should get to be involved in your research. So 26 is C. 27. Twenty-seven, guys.
The mass media can promote Caribbean integration by
Yes.
promoting sports heroes in the Caribbean.
Yes. 28.
Janice applied for a job as an instrument technician in an industrial estate located in a Caribbean country. She was denied the position since, as a Seventh-day Adventist, she could not work on Saturdays. This act of discrimination against Janice is referred to as?
Let's hear it.
D.
Yes, criticism is known as you denying somebody an opportunity because of their religious position. 29. Reader for 29.
Ramesh is a passionate supporter of West Indian cricket. However, he is very upset because no player from his native land was selected for the West Indies cricket team, and this as a venue for any matches. The above situation demonstrates that one of the major challenges facing West Indies cricket is
29.
We can't see D.
Oh, you can't see? What was that? I never heard that.
A.
Okay. 30. Or that, did I go right? Yes, 30. Read what item 30 says and then the question 30. Hello.
Item 30 refers to the following conversation between two friends. Alyssa, my favorite TV station is BET. I just love Beyonce. Zoya, me too. And don't you just love her clothes? Alyssa, oh yes, I want to look just like her. The situation described above can best be described as cultural imperialism.
Good. 31.
Problem-solving research is mainly referred to as research that is C, qualitative.
Yes. 32. 32.
An example.
An
Go
example
ahead.
of a primary source of information is information obtained from an interview.
Good. 33.
Which of the following is not a scientific method of sampling? D, convenience.
Good. 34.
Systematic inquiry may be referred to as
It's a scientific method, guys. 35.
the most important function of the literature review in research is to B, link the research to important writers.
No.
C.
Yes, establish the major concepts in the review. 36.
A hypothesis is best defined as a
What did we say the hypothesis is?
prediction of
Prediction
the
of the relations between the variables.
Good. 37.
A valid source of secondary information for research in Caribbean studies would be textbooks.
Good, textbooks. 38.
Jack presented his data using text and tabulation. This demonstrates a mix of qualitative and quantitative approaches.
Good. 39.
Which of the following should be considered when identifying a topic for research? 1, was the problem previously researched? 2, is the problem researchable and manageable? 3, is the problem an issue of significance to the government? 1 and 2?
Yes. 40.
Which of the following statements is a hypothesis? The use of alcohol is responsible for the poor performance of students at St. John's High School.
Okay. 41.
One major advantage of a review of existing literature is that it
provides.
D.
Read the question again.
One major advantage of a review of existing literature is that it provides.
What's the answer?
What about B, background information?
Background information is correct. It doesn't have to be timely theoretical perspectives. It's not even timely theoretical perspectives.
Miss, what does that mean? D.
D, you know, you have different perspectives that the functionalists and the Marxists and all these people. So it's saying that, so for instance, based on the data around which the research is centered, so for instance, we're looking at 2015 or whatever, use theoretical perspectives that exist within that time frame. So you'll be using literatures. Pardon?
Miss, we had to do that with our literature reviews.
So when you're doing a literature review, you're looking for background information on the topic that you're doing. So whether it be Gleaner articles, whether it be newsletters, or whether it be books, whatever the literature may be that you'll be using to get background knowledge as to the research in which you're doing. Right?
Yes, miss.
42.
A sixth form student is conducting research on the reasons why students are not doing their homework. Which sampling method would be most effective in ensuring that the views of students at all levels are represented?
What's the answer?
stratified random, right? 43.
Max is conducting research on the topic, the effects of illegal drugs among teenagers. In determining whether to use participant observation or questionnaires, Max's main consideration should be 1, reliability, 2, sample size, 3, ethical issues. It's 1, 2, and 3.
Good. Or not? Why not 2 and 3? Why reliability has to be a part of it?
This isn't that a characteristic of proper research?
No, there you go. 44. 44.
A series of fights have occurred in a school. An investigation was carried out in.
Sorry, go ahead.
An investigation was carried out in which students were interviewed on the cause of the fight. The data would best be presented using
a text.
Read the question again.
A series of fights have occurred in a school. An investigation was carried out in which students were interviewed on the cause of the fight. The data would best be presented using.
Why text? Why not graphs?
It's because I saw interviewed.
Pardon?
It's because I was thinking that we get what should I say, qualitative results from an interview.
Qualitative. Okay, look at it from this point of view. When researchers want to make their research concise, they find that, say for instance, you ever look at a graph and you see, let's use this. Teenagers fight over girls, teenagers fight over property, teenagers fight over remote, teenagers fight over something else. The researcher, because they don't want it to be a wide variety, so there are going to be similarities in the things that persons agree on as to a contributing factors of fights. So you and I may agree that the contributing factors for fights is that persons fight over pencils in class or money, right? So the researcher is going to put on the graph, 6 persons say money, 12 persons say pencils, 30 persons say something else, because they're going to be similar responses. So text is going to allow for every single response to be accounted for, when you could just do that in a graph and show everybody's response. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, but graphs and charts are the same thing.
Charts and graphs, they are. But graphs are specifically for statistical information. Charts can be just pictures. Charts can be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, yeah, alphabets, the numbers, whatever. But graphs represent statistical data. You understand?
Yes, miss.
45.
A teacher wishes to carry out an investigation on the types of food consumed by form students at a high school. She wants an unbiased sample. What type of sampling should she use?
Easy. Let's go. Let's answer. Random. Good. That's good. Let me show you the answers for these for 40. Oh, mercy. That's 2016.
wouldn't it be stratified because they're all first formers?
Pardon?
But it says unbiased.
Yeah, it has to be random. Once it requires unbiased, because the teacher can choose one of her favorite students or whatever. But when it's random, everybody has an opportunity to get picked, right? To get selected. So random, once you want something to be unbiased, random is always the method to use. Because nobody can say that, oh, you chose this because of a biased reason. Is everybody got that? We finish with the question, with the answers.
Yes.
They didn't show us the answers.
For what? For what year?
Miss, we see in the paper saying with 2014 paper. You showing us the PowerPoint of the answer?
Why are you not seeing the PowerPoint?
You're still sharing the
I'm totally sorry. You're supposed to be seeing. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, miss.
Could you
Okay,
show that
thanks.
2015 after this?
Okay, once everybody gets the 2014, then I'll show the 2015. Everybody got it?
Yes, miss.
2015, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this is now an opportunity for you guys to ask me the questions. You guys have any other questions that you guys would want to ask? Or feel connected to the...
I have one question. I'm not really sure if you would know the answer, but a while back they were saying CX is not going to repeat the multiple choice questions. Do you know if this is true?
They have repeated the questions.
I mean, for this year, they said because of everything that happened last year when they only did paper one.
Yeah, I did paper one for computer science yesterday and they repeated majority of the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess your colleagues answered. I will not speak anything on that, that topic. Any other question? You guys must have questions, what it is.
Hi, good afternoon. I was on and off, but I was wondering if you guys did the 2020 paper.
2020 paper. Do you guys have access to it? It's a very rare paper to get. Do you guys have it? It's a paper that I
Yes, I
did.
can look if
Okay, until that's sorted out. Anybody else?
Yes, I have it.
What we could do, read the questions that you're unsure about in the 2020 paper, and let's answer it. You do the reading. Who just said they had it? Do the reading for the person who said they had the paper.
Oh, okay, come in.
No problem. Selected questions.
You said to read them?
Read the questions. You went through the paper already?
Slightly.
If you guys went through the
I
2020
got it today.
selected questions, I want you to say that you are not certain about, because there are many repeated questions on the 2020 paper. So the ones that you're uncertain about, because I'm looking at the first page that was sent in the group, and these are all repeated questions, apart from number 6. This is the term manumission is used.
Yeah, they mostly look like repeats.
Yes, the manumission is, the term is, this is the process through which there's a purchasing of the slaves' freedom from its masters, from their masters. Everything else on the first 1 to 8 is repeated. 9 is repeated, 12 is repeated. 10, 11, 15, 14. The common feature of the Caribbean society is the ethnic diversity. Which are the following reason for this diversity? This happened after post-emancipation, when everybody started to take on their own cultures. So that's B. 14 is repeated. 15 is repeated. 16 is repeated. 17 is repeated. The 2020 paper is repeated. So if you needed answer for that, I can tell you with confidence that the 2020 paper was repeated because I did that paper. 19 is repeated. So you guys look through the paper to tell me what you guys need me to answer, because it makes no sense for us to go through the entire paper because half of it is repeated. So just tell me the questions that you guys would like me to answer, and this is your open playground for you to ask those questions. Go ahead. Look at it. What is it that you want me to answer? We can look at 45 on 20. Let me just, okay, I have it now on my computer. Let me share 2020 paper with you guys. Thank you to the person who sent it in the group. So let's look at 45. Question 45. Somebody read 45 for me, please.
Rajesh selects a group of first form students to do a simple test for his research. He promised the students that he would not release their personal data nor their scores. During the test, he draws up a seating plan of the participants. Which ethical research principle is Ravi violating? B.
Yes, confidentiality. Okay, look through again. What else don't you guys understand? Let's go.
Miss, you said 13 was B as in boy.
What are you on? Can't just say the number. I'm not.
It's 2020.
Oh, 13.
Yes, miss.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, B as in boy. Any other? You guys are fine, I'm seeing. Based on the no response, should I presume that you guys are okay with the paper? You guys are okay? Hello, am I speaking to myself at this point?
Yes, miss. I'm okay.
Yes, miss, I'm okay. Okay, I heard 2 responses. The others, are you guys okay?
Yes, miss.
Abby, Anicia,
Yes, sir.
Carlo, Mr. Lindo.
Excuse me, Miss.
Yes.
Miss,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
could you go through number 6, please?
The term manumission is used to describe. This is the process, guys, through which the slaves purchased freedom from their masters.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss.
No problem. So it's basically the release from slavery. Any other? Shade, you're okay? Was that Shade who responded?
Yes, I am okay.
Good. Adriana, are you okay?
Yes, miss.
Okay. You guys have nothing to worry about. Based on your responses today, I'm confident that you guys will do well. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Once you have studied and you guys apply yourselves, then there's no way that you guys will not do well. And I know there's been many talks around the exams and what you should expect and what you should not expect. But there's nothing that CXC can do to allow you guys to fail if you study. If you study, there's no way the question can come that you guys will not understand it. So if you are studying and you're practicing your past papers, and it's a reason why they say to you that you should practice past paper questions, especially multiple choice papers, and even paper 2 papers, because there's a way in which they structure their questions and their particular or specific responses that they're looking for. So once you do enough past paper questions, paper 1 questions, you'll be fine. I think where some people may think that they're at a disadvantage for Caribbean studies is because Caribbean studies started to, the format in which their paper 1 came changed in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. It was 2014. So you're not at leverage like a lot of other subjects where you have a plethora of papers to go through. You have a limited amount, but you also should look at it as an advantage, because as you can see, the questions are repeated year after year. Not saying that you will not get new questions, because you will get new questions, because I remember on the 2020 paper, we got new questions, but they were just not as many. So once you have studied, once you are practicing and you're doing what you should do, you're studying hard, you're not making excuses, because I realize that as students, we have a tendency to blame everybody and not take responsibility for our own learning. You have a duty as a student to take responsibility for your learning, and to do what you can to do your best in your exam. Do not blame the pandemic. We know that the situations are very unfortunate and you had to adjust, but we are at the stage where we have adjusted. This is our new normal for now, and it is what we are faced with. The world will not wait on you to play catch up, so you have to do your part to achieve what you want, to take responsibility for your own learning and take responsibility for your own successes. And I'm confident that you guys will do well. And it was more than a pleasure to interact with you guys today. I am trying to go through the list so I can remember at least a few names, but there were a lot of there are very consistent voices that I heard today. And you guys should be proud of yourselves. It shows that you have been reading and that you have been practicing, and that is good. So I'm opening the floor once more for those persons who have questions. I know you guys must be tired because I'm tired. But if you have further questions, let me know. If it's about the exam overall, ask away. You are free to ask what you need to ask at this moment. So the floor is yours. So everybody's fine. We're all good.
Yes, miss.
Good. Good, Jada. Alrighty. I'm seeing a message. Shade, could you send the past papers and the answers in the group? Yeah, I committed to send. I'll compile them and I'll send them to you guys. Yes, I'm seeing another chat. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. No problem. Okay, I don't know who would like to speak. New Jamaica Foundation, Mr. Host. Anybody wants to add? Any law sessions? Any history sessions? Not my place to answer that at all. I'll allow the powers that be to answer those questions. So, thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for participating. I absolutely admire your participation. You don't find that a lot. You find that person just come because they want to hear the answers and they don't want to actually participate. So thank you for participating. You guys did very well. You ought to be proud of yourselves. And yeah, so anyone, the other host would like to say anything else before we close out? The floor is yours. Sorry, saying unfortunately there will be no law sessions. When is the law exam? When is the law exam? When is the law exam? The person who was asking.
It is on the 14th of July for paper 2.
For paper 2. Okay. Message me.
And the 23rd for paper 1.
Okay, message me right after or give me a call and we'll discuss the paper 1, the law exam, right? So
okay,
message
thank
me.
you.
No problem. Okay. The co-host was trying to say something before I interrupted. You can go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Andy. I'm one of the coordinators for the marathon sessions. Now, I'd like to thank you all for coming out in your numbers. I have sat through the entire session and I've heard, of course, dominant voices, but at the end of the day, thank you guys for participating, allowing this to be a dual learning process and not a one-stream event. So, not really a few reminders. So our CSEC sessions have ended. This is our final session for Caribbean Studies. We have our session for a paper one session for communication studies next week. Is it next week? July 10th. Right, so that's our next session and our final session to close off this initiative. So what we'll do is we're going to send a feedback form in the group, and I'd like for you guys to, fill it out so we'll know what to improve on for the next year and how best to move forward. So once again, thank you guys for coming out, and that's it.